The Diary of Destinee Fontaine by Erik T. Jackson. To my fellow graduates, you ain't never too young to pray. You'll be too old to pray before you're too young to pray. That's what my father told me a long time ago, and those words have served me well throughout my lifetime because I've never forgotten them. And every day I pray for somebody. Hi, my name is Destinee Fontaine. I am 30 years old. I have never been married and I have no children. My life has been characterized by some of the best and worst things this world has to offer. I don't like to think about the negative stuff, but when it's so prevalent in one's life, you sort of can't help it. I grew up the daughter of a preacher, an only child in a strict Pentecostal household. Growing up, I was always on my P's and Q's. My parents programmed me to always be respectful. Anything less than yes ma'am, no ma'am, and yes sir, no sir towards adults was thought of as disrespectful and caused for Mr. Charlie to come out. Now, Mr. Charlie was part of an oar from an old rowboat that had been in my family for years. My dad had cut the oar down to about a foot long. He sanded it and shaped it until it was the perfect punisher anytime that I needed punishment. And I needed punishment a lot. It got the name Mr. Charlie from this white man my grandfather on my dad's side used to work for. See, the original rowboat was given to my grandfather by Mr. Charlie, and my grandfather had given it to my dad. My dad had fully intended to give the rowboat to his own son one day. I was told that Dad desperately wanted a son. I don't think he ever got over Mom not having any more children. He blamed himself for that. Seeing how I was an only child and I caused more mischief than most boys my age, he decided to name the paddle Mr. Charlie, so that every time he had to pull it out to punish me, it would remind him of the son he never had. So every time he punished me, he punished himself. I've always had gifts. I've always been gifted in many different areas. I've always worked hard at the things I've wanted to accomplish. My natural abilities have made me good, but it is my discipline that has always made me special. I can remember being in a piano competition when I was 6 or 7 and having only 2 months of lessons, while the other kids had been playing for upwards of a year. I still carry around that medal to this day. It's a reminder of what I can accomplish if I just stay disciplined. That same discipline allowed me to excel at every sport that I played. I've been good at sports for as long as I can remember. I even played in the boys' youth football league. My mom didn't like it at all. She thought it would take away from my growth as a woman. I had a lot of energy and I really wanted to do it, so my dad said it was okay. I ended up being the best player in the league. My last year playing, I won the Defensive Player of the Year award. There was a banquet and I received this really nice plaque with my name inscribed on it. I fell in love with seeing my name on trophies, plaques, or anything that associated me with being a winner. I had received medals, ribbons, and certificates before, but there was just something about seeing my name on a plaque. I can't explain it other than to say I got this tingling feeling, even as a child, that made me want to compete in anything and be the best at everything. As I was growing up, everything came so easy to me. Sports, easy. Piano, easy. Schoolwork, easy. I always believed that as an adult, things would come just as easily. I will never forget an incident that happened to me here at Academic U my freshman year. It was Easter weekend and my freshman year was almost over. So far it had been pretty non-eventful. I just chilled with friends and went to class. However, Easter weekend I went to this party. only because I was bored and because I had yet to get out of my dorm. It ended up teaching me about peer pressure, and it became a precursor of things to come. As a young adult, I didn't really get it. I was so wrapped up in my own little world that I thought everything was about me. I thought that it was my God-given right to be athletically gifted. I took for granted the fact that I never lost a race and that I never made below an A in any of my classes. I just assumed these things would continue to happen on into the world of adulthood. I assumed that I would graduate with honors from high school. I assumed that I would meet my Prince Charming in college and be married with kids making a six-figure income before I was 30. I have always been the best at everything, the smartest at everything, the one everyone wants to know about. Surely that wouldn't change. To my fellow graduates, I hope you never have to go through what I've been through. But just in case your life doesn't go as you've planned it or as your parents would like it to go, remember me, remember these words, remember my story. Church girl, an unwavering belief in God will get you through the toughest of times. What is a church girl? Whom would you consider a church girl? That is what I was called by all the people that went to my church. The truth is, they all went to church, same as me. So why did they label me this? Every time I went to church, I saw them there. So why would they call me out? The older church members would say, "There's my little church girl." The young adult church members would say, "Church girl sure can sing." My little peers would say, "You always showing out, church girl." Out of all the girls who went to my church, I was the only one who was called church girl. I didn't like being called out, more so because I didn't know what it meant. But nevertheless, I intended to make it stop. At this point in my life, I was around 7 or 8 and loved going to church. I loved the singing, I loved the people, and I loved the preaching. My dad was the preacher, and boy could he preach. I didn't know much about the Bible back then, but I knew I loved Jesus. My dad made sure of that. My mom always sat in the same seat on the front row, as if it had her name on it, which it didn't. But no one else ever attempted to sit in that seat. I often wondered what would have happened if they had. My mom probably would have just sat in a different seat on the front row. That's just the type of person she was, very accommodating and non-confrontational, sometimes to a fault. The first time I was called church girl was by my mom. I remember chasing one of my cousins around the church before service, and my mom said in a very stern voice, "Church girl, if you don't sit your little self down somewhere, I'm going to hurt you." Did I say my mom was non-confrontational? I meant towards everyone but me. When she would argue with Dad, she was always the first to back down or the first to apologize. If she had a disagreement with someone in the community, she would always bake a cake, have me take it over, and apologize first. I couldn't understand why. As I got older, I paid more attention to her, and I realized why she always took the high road. She felt it was the duty of the preacher's wife to initiate peace. She had many talks with me throughout my teens about not holding grudges and turning the other cheek. However, I could hold a grudge longer than Rip Van Winkle could sleep, and turning my cheek was blasphemy in my book. I guess I took after my dad. When Mom called me a church girl, I didn't mind so much. I mean, we were in church, and I am a girl, so I thought it was okay. I started to dislike being called church girl when the rest of the congregation picked up on it. And now, instead of "Hi, little Destinee," it's "There's the church girl," as if I were a sideshow or something. Again, we were in church, and I am a girl, so I let it slide. My hatred for the label church girl began when I looked around at all the other girls in the church, and none of them were labeled church girl. The other church girls even started calling me church girl. I was so angry I wanted to cry. I went to my mom to see if she could make them stop, since she was the one who got them started. My mom talked to one of the little kids, and she was in the middle of talking with a couple of the adults about it when we hear over the loudspeaker, "Church girl, you're needed in the choir." At that point, I looked over at my mom, and she looked over at me. We both knew that it was too late now. My mom is just not confrontational enough to talk to everyone in the church about my insecurities with the label church girl, and the label had spread like wildfire. Church for me was my playground. I felt more comfortable in church than I did in school. Hell, I probably spent an equal amount of time at both places. I felt I could be myself at church in such a way that I didn't feel compelled to at school. The first thing my parents had me do at church was join the choir. I was little and they didn't know how my voice would fit in, but they wanted me to be a part of something, and they thought the choir offered the smoothest transition. Choir rehearsals were every Wednesday night at 7:30. Every Wednesday morning, I would wake up with the biggest smile on my face because I couldn't wait until choir rehearsals that night. Maybe the reason I loved choir rehearsals was because I was such a good singer. At least my daddy and the congregation thought so, which was all that mattered to me. I received my first solo at about a month after joining the choir. A little kiddie song, but everyone made me feel as if I were Aretha Franklin. I got a standing ovation from the congregation. Plus, my daddy wanted me to do an encore. It was the perfect start to my time in the choir. From then on, I led that song each Sunday, and plenty more after that. The songs I sang became more and more staples of the church. After a few years, I was actually the church singer. I had just about led every song, and we were traveling all over to the other churches to let them hear me sing. When we would travel to other churches and to competitions, I would see advertisements for everyone to come hear the church girls sing. Now, the more competitions we went to, the more people heard about me and wanted to know who I was. At this point, I was about 12 years old, and my voice had gotten much stronger, and my confidence shot through the roof. The choir had become so well known that we were invited to perform at this gospel competition in Hollywood, California. It was one of the largest gospel competitions in the country, with multiple internationally known choirs performing in it each year. Now, my dad was reluctant to allow us to go because he was not into the whole commercialization of the church and the glitz and glamour of it all. He would tell anyone who would listen, "I preach the word of God. I don't sing. I don't dance. This ain't Hollywood." After drilling in our heads year after year that this ain't Hollywood, how ironic it was that Hollywood was knocking on our door, ready to give us an opportunity to showcase our choir to the world. This had to rub my dad the wrong way, although he was too proud to admit it. He simply came up with excuse after excuse of why we should not go on the trip. First, he said that it was too expensive. Well, we decided we would do a fundraiser to come up with the money. Then he said that we were already booked for something that weekend. After taking a vote to cancel that performance so that we could go to California, a vote that was unanimous, my father finally told us the truth. He told us what was weighing on his heart. It turns out that my father thought that he would be perceived as a hypocrite by members of his congregation if he were to agree to allow us to go to Hollywood. He felt that his "This Ain't Hollywood" rant forced his hand. That made more sense to us than any of the excuses that he had tried to give. Just when we were feeling down and out and sure that we would not be going to Hollywood, a senior member of the choir spoke up. She was an old lady, maybe 65 or 70. She spoke slowly, confidently, and with a purpose. As she spoke, all eyes focused on her. No one said a word or dare interrupt her. She talked to my dad about being open and honest with the congregation. Let them know that his views are the same. However, this trip would be beneficial threefold. It would benefit the church, it would benefit the choir, and it would benefit anyone's soul that may find Jesus because of our choir's music ministry. She felt that if given a vote, there was no way that the congregation would vote to not allow us to go to Hollywood. Dad could restate his views and put the final decision in the congregation's hands, thus not looking like a hypocrite, but looking like someone who cared about the input of his congregation. Dad thought this was an excellent idea, and just like the old lady said, the congregation voted to send us to Hollywood. LA, City of Angels, the city where dreams come true. We got to California a day before the competition began so that we could sightsee and do some shopping. I went with Mom and some other ladies of the church. We bought new clothes for the competition and pampered ourselves with spa-type treatments. Through all of the fun, I couldn't help but think about Dad and wish he were here with us. I know how hard it must have been for him to let us go. Not being with his baby girl during this time, I'm sure it ate at him. I wish he knew how much it ate at me too. As we were walking down the sidewalk, taking in the sights, we were approached by a complete stranger. A man in a very nice suit walked up to us and told me that I was beautiful in a different way. I didn't immediately know what he meant by that. Neither did my mom, so we kept listening. He handed Mom a business card, which said that he was a modeling agent. He told us that he was looking for new models for a fashion campaign. He said that he had seen a lot of pretty faces during his search, but that I wasn't pretty at all. Well, now I was confused. He told my mom that he had never seen someone so young be so naturally beautiful, and that I had the goods to be the face of his campaign. Well, I had never been told that I had the goods before, so that was interesting. Hollywood talk, I assumed. Also, I had never thought about being a model before. For me, it was all about singing. Mom doesn't trust anyone, so we took his business card and invited him to the gospel showcase. He told us that he would try to make it. We told him we would think about his offer. He told us to think quickly because the campaign would kick off soon. We assured him that we would. Competition day. The atmosphere was unlike anything I had ever been a part of. The competitions were held at the Hollywood Bowl, a venue that holds about 10,000 people, and there was not an empty seat in the place. 20 choirs were there from all over the country, competing to be the best. Now, we were all children of God, there to uplift His name, but we all still wanted to win, no one more than me. The competition was fierce. There was a 50-person choir and a one-person choir. I wasn't aware that you could be a choir with one person, but I guess you can. And 50 people just seemed like overdoing it. We had 22 people in our choir, which I thought was the perfect mix of voices. Nevertheless, all of the choirs were outstanding. The song choices were great, and it felt like revival week, minus the preaching. Each choir, while competing to win, felt like they were genuinely pulling for the other choirs. Our choir was the very last choir to go on stage, which I thought was a good thing in the beginning. However, after hearing all of the other wonderful performances, I felt more nervous than ever. If I could pull it together and give the performance of a lifetime, I felt like we had a good chance to win. However, if my nerves got the best of me, Church Girl is sure to be blamed for this loss for a long time, and that is something that I just couldn't handle. The song we chose to sing, "The Presence of the Lord is Here" by Kurt Carr, seemed perfect for this competition, and our rehearsals had been awesome. The announcer did something that totally threw me off. He announced us as Church Girl and her amazing voices, as if I were the leader and everyone else are backup singers. That was sort of true, but I didn't know that we were being billed as that. I thought we would just be called the Amazing Voices. I'm sure the other choir members didn't know we were billed as that either, and it really made me feel some kind of way, and it showed in my performance. I didn't have nearly the energy that I should have had. I couldn't get that church girl image out of my head. Although we were okay, it wasn't nearly good enough to beat those other top choirs. If I had to guess, I would say we finished 15th, and that's being generous. When the judges were finished, they revealed only the top three. Third place was the one-person choir. Second place was the 50-person choir. And the winner was a local choir from California. I couldn't believe it. I knew we wouldn't win, but it was still tough to hear. The sharks circling the waters were almost immediate. After they announced the champion, the first thing I hear is, "I don't know who told Church Girl this was her choir. I don't belong to no damn Church Girl. I've been a member of this choir longer than she's been alive." Here I am, 12 years old, and these older members of the choir are looking at me as if I stole something from them. I began to cry. I was thinking that I could not show my face at the church anytime soon. I blew the competition for us. At that point, Mom walks up to me. She gives me a huge hug and tells me I was awesome. She believes I did much better than I or anyone in the choir gives me credit for. She talked to Dad, and he sends his love. She tells me that she is going to find out what place we actually came in. The modeling agent shows up with the contract for me to be the face of their new campaign. The campaign starts at the beginning of the next week, and it calls for me to travel all over the world, doing modeling shows, promoting this certain line of clothing for a period of 2 years. After what I just experienced with the choir and how they turned on me, I am all in, ready to get away from that for a while. My mom says that she will go with me if my dad gives his blessing. My dad said that if I agree to go to church every Sunday, no matter where I am, and if the modeling agent would put that language into the contract, then he would sign on and allow me to go. For me, it was a no-brainer, and after the modeling agent agreed, we had a deal. First stop, Paris, France. My mom was still working on finding out what place we finished in the competition. We received the final results by mail while we were in Toronto, Canada. Church Girl and her amazing voices, 4th. So hard to say goodbye. Life is short, so live. Death is the hardest concept for people to understand. I mean, it's been around since the beginning of time, and we still don't know where people go when they die. There are endless questions regarding the spirit, our loved ones, if there is a God, and so on. I know what I've been taught to believe, but others have been taught to believe differently. So who is to say that I am right? When you are young, you really don't have the big picture of death. It's around you, but parents and other adults sort of keep you busy so you can't focus on it. But the older you get, the more you focus on it. The older you get, the more people around you die, and thus the more funerals you attend. As you get older, death gets all up in your business. I have been to many, many funerals in my lifetime, and they are pretty much the same. A lot of crying, the preacher saying nothing but good things about the deceased, and the choir or soloist singing songs. We usually always get up so that we can view the body one last time. As much as all funerals are the same, they also can be very different. Depending on who the deceased is and how close they were to you, a lot changes, including your feelings on that day, where you sit at the funeral, and the role you play in the funeral. She was my ace. I wanted to be just like her. Her name was Layla Towns, and we grew up together. She lived right down the street from me. Layla was short with long, wavy hair. She had deep-set eyes with a smile that just invited you in. Her body type was athletic, although she had to work harder than most. All the other girls envied her, and all the boys wanted to be with her. Growing up, she seemed to have a different boyfriend every year. I used to think she said yes to any guy wanting to be her boyfriend just so they wouldn't feel bad, and then break up for the smallest of reasons. That was Layla, forever wanting to make others feel good about themselves, even at her own expense. Layla and I met at basketball practice when we were 10 years old. She hadn't been in the neighborhood that long when her parents decided to sign her up to play basketball in the local youth league. Since we lived in the same neighborhood, she was placed on my team. I had already established myself as the best player in the league by then, so even with a new player coming to the team, I didn't expect that to change. Layla went on to be the MVP of the league that year, with me finishing in second place. I would win the award the following year with Layla finishing second. This would be our relationship growing up. We would compete in everything, and we became best of friends because of it. Somewhere along the way, things changed. I can't pinpoint it. It was our junior year in high school, maybe our senior year, but Layla started acting different. We were still cool, but she was changing in very noticeable ways. First, her hair was cut real low. All of her beautiful locks were gone. I couldn't believe it, and neither could half the school. She now sported a boy's haircut. A fade is what it was called back then. Next, she showed me a tattoo that she had gotten. First of all, I couldn't believe she had gotten a tattoo because we had just talked about that a few months prior and had agreed that we would never disrespect our bodies like that. But what shocked me even more was what it was a tattoo of. Her tattoo was on her inner thigh. It was paw prints. Small paw prints like that of a tiger, not huge paw prints like that of a bear. The paw prints were like footprints leading up to her vagina. There was also a small inscription below the paw prints. As I looked closer, I could read the inscription. Creep in. Wow. Layla was outgoing, but by the way she was raised, this tattoo was such a dramatic change. We all go through changes in high school. It's all a part of growing up. Who and what you will become as an adult is usually first formulated in grades 9 through 12, and from the ages of 14 through 18, then later in college or early adulthood. But people generally find out who they will become in life in high school first, for the good and the bad. Layla's friends, or should I say associates, also began to change. She was still my good friend throughout high school, but more and more she began to hang around girls that I thought were suspect. They caused me to want to hang around Layla less and less. I didn't know the girls personally, however. I knew they were not my cup of tea. We continued to play basketball together throughout high school, and we both were on track to make our dreams come true. Our one dream was to get a Division I college basketball scholarship. We were both very good. Our team was one of the top teams in the state. Plus, Coach really sold us to recruiters. So as it stood, we were on our way to realizing our dreams. Then, in high school, girls' basketball began to change. The girls were becoming different. Layla liked the change and embraced it. I hated the change and pushed back. This affected our friendship to the point where by our senior year, Layla had quit the team and we rarely hung out. The new breed of basketball girl was gay or lesbian or whatever they wanted to be called. Layla was a pioneer in this. I couldn't get with it, and I paid a hefty price. Layla's price, however, would be far greater. Here I am, looking at Layla's body as it lay in a casket, trying to figure out why she had to die so young. She looks just as I remember her, except for the extra makeup. She looks as if she's taking a nap, like we used to do during our sleepovers, only this time she will never wake up. I can't help but wonder if there was something that I could have done to change this course in her life. I feel very guilty, and I know that I shouldn't. When we stopped hanging out, I believe, is when Layla died. Talking with Layla's mother, I was able to find out the details surrounding Layla's death. Her mother told me that she began dating women in high school, which I figured out on my own. Her mom said that as she got older, she didn't know how to pick a good partner. She said that every girlfriend Layla had would hit on her. Layla was the femme in all of her relationships. She always chose the bigger, huskier, stronger girls, or butch, to be her mates. The Layla that I knew had plenty of confidence and could definitely throw a punch, so everything that her mom was telling me didn't quite make sense. I couldn't quite wrap my mind around this Layla. From what I was told, Layla's skills at picking the right partner were so bad that she contemplated going straight because the gay thing may not have been for her. Ultimately, she continued dating women. Layla's mom told me that Layla has had multiple black eyes, broken ribs, and a concussion. One of her girlfriends tried to run her over with her own vehicle. She was living with a woman, and this woman got jealous one night and put all of Layla's clothes out in the front yard and burned them. That was the relationship that caused Layla to contemplate going straight. After high school, I had my own issues, so I didn't keep in touch with Layla. I had no idea what her life was like. Layla's last partner was the worst of all. From what Layla's mom told me, Layla wanted to leave her. However, she didn't want to let Layla go. She had been cheating on Layla, and Layla saw some text messages and confronted her. Layla called her mom earlier to come over because she wanted to leave that night. Layla's mom thought that it would be as simple as, okay, get your stuff, get in the car, and let's go. Her mom began to break down as she recounted the events of that fateful night. Layla confronted her girlfriend about the text messages, and a big fight ensued. It started off verbal. They both were cursing and saying some pretty hurtful things that her mom could not repeat to me. Her mom kept telling her, let's go, but they each wanted to get the last word in. Finally, Layla turned to leave with her mom. Then she turned back around, and her mom did muster up the strength to tell me this. Layla turned back around right before heading out the door and said, "Oh yeah, I cheated on you too." Layla then turned to walk out the door. Her mom heard a pop, and Layla stopped walking. She made a slight left turn and then fell. Layla was gone, shot in the back. As her mom was crying and trying to get Layla to wake up, she heard another pop. When she looked up, Layla's girlfriend dropped dead. She had taken her own life. I could not believe what her mother told me. I didn't know why I asked this, but I just had to know the girlfriend's name. Her mom said Rosie Flowers. She was from you and Layla's high school. You may know her. I said, "Yes, ma'am, I do." I gave her mom my condolences, and I prayed right then and there that my friend had found the peace in heaven that she could not find on this earth. Death, such a complicated thing. It comes in many shapes and sizes. People experience it in multiple ways, and there is never a good time for it. There is, however, one constant about death and dying. When someone you love dies, it is always hard to say goodbye. Decisions. Sometimes wrong decisions are made with the best of intentions. Let me start off by saying that I love my parents, and I believe that they did the best they could, or at least the best they could based on their experiences and upbringing. With that being said, I've always felt that I could have done more with my life. Growing up, it seemed that my parents, especially my dad, made decisions for me for his own selfish reasons. My mom mostly stood on the sideline and let it happen, which in my eyes made her complicit. I can remember at an early age wanting a dog for a pet and not being able to get one because my dad wanted me to have a cat. That may not seem that big of a deal, but I remember it all these years later for a reason. Although I love playing all sports, looking back on my life, I would have rather just concentrated on one sport instead of playing all year round. That was another of my dad's decisions. He knew I was good at everything and had a lot of energy. He believed I could handle anything. To be totally transparent, I believed I could handle anything too, until I couldn't. I was everyone's all-American girl, and the pressure that came with that ultimately caused my life to go in a very different direction from where it started. If my dad had just asked me what I wanted more, instead of taking decisions that affected me into his own hands, my life may not have changed much, but at least I could be content in knowing that they were my decisions and my life is my own. I feel as if I've been living someone else's life. Try walking a mile in those shoes. I have silently resented my parents for raising me that way. I know they did some good things and did their best, but I can't get past certain decisions that they made that I don't feel were in my best interest. In the 3rd grade, my parents thought putting me in a new school would improve my behavior. I was put into a charter school so that I could work in classes with fewer students and be at a school that supposedly had the top teachers in the area. This school my parents chose for me was farther from my house than the public school and didn't have a bus that came by the house, so my dad had to drive me to school. The school went from grades kindergarten through 12th. Kindergartners plus 12th graders going to the same school together. Whoever heard of such a thing? I liked my friends and my grades were good, so I did not want to change schools. I was not a happy camper. I wanted to go to the private school right down the street. I didn't understand until years later why my dad pushed so hard for me to go to this charter school, which was a lot farther away, not as prestigious, and cost almost as much. The principal took a real liking to me, almost from the very beginning. As it turned out, he was a good friend of my dad's. The principal sold my dad on how rigorous the curriculum was at his school and how much more prepared I'd be going into college if I graduated from there as opposed to any other school in the city. The way it was told to me is that the principal tells my dad that there are a lot of smart kids in his school, but there are no A students. He says students make A's, but no one averages an A because the curriculum is just too hard. My dad tells him that I am 2 grades ahead in every subject and that I had never made anything less than an A. The principal huffs. That's just not possible here. He tells my dad that he is sure I am a bright girl, but he has a student with a 140 IQ who only has a 3.9 GPA. My dad says that it sounds to him like the curriculum is set up in such a way that no student can get a 4.0, just so the school can promote how rigorous the curriculum is there. My dad's friend didn't say anything. He just smiles at my dad and gave him a wink. At this point, my dad is ticked off at his arrogant little friend, so he tells the principal to put his money where his mouth is. If I get all A's the entire school year, my tuition is free. If I get just 1 B, my dad will pay 1.5 times the normal tuition. The greedy little prick of a principal couldn't help but accept the offer. 100% of his students had made at least 1 B. For him, it was easy money, like taking candy from a baby. When I arrived at the charter school, I found out why the curriculum was so rigorous. We were taking 8 classes a day with homework in each one. They required us to take a foreign language, German, French, or Spanish, subjects that trip up students the most. Plus, there were no easy grades like PE, art, or music. Nonetheless, I went on to get all A's that school year. Being a man of his word, the principal told my dad that I would receive a full academic scholarship for that school year, retroactive to the beginning of the school year. I made straight A's again the next year and again was awarded an academic scholarship that retroactively paid off all of my tuition. The principal was in shock and awe over what I had accomplished because to him, I just looked like a regular kid. I didn't wear glasses, I didn't use a ton of big words when I spoke, and I was very athletic. So he thought that I would make regular grades. Think again, boo. I had accomplished something that no one had done up to that point, nor has anyone been able to do since I left. The principal wanted to use my name and likeness to promote his school, but my dad said no. I would not be going back to that school. It really wasn't that tough academically. They just kept you so busy that it seemed tough. We had so much work to do each night that study habits and discipline were the only things that would put you over the top, and mine were better than most. I did struggle with the pressure that was put on me because of the bet. Dad didn't mean for me to learn about the bet, but I overheard him talking to Mom about it. There was tangible money on the line, and the smallest slip could cost my dad thousands. During those 2 years, my head stayed in my books, not only because of how tough the school was, but also because I didn't want to look at my parents. Neither one of my parents asked me how I felt. and I'm glad they didn't, because if they had, I just might have told them that I hated them. I just might have told them that I wanted to quit, bet be damned. There was some serious resentment built up over those 2 years. Basketball was becoming a bigger part of my life, so my dad decided to transfer me out of the charter school after 2 years. I was so happy. I felt as if a ton of bricks had been lifted off me. He transferred me to the private school around the corner. Years later, I spoke to my dad about the decision to put me in that charter school. I told him how those were 2 of the worst years of my young life. I couldn't play basketball because of how rigorous the curriculum was there. Then there was the added pressure of not having any room for error, or I would cost the family thousands of dollars. I told him that I almost cracked. My dad did something that I had never seen him do. He shed a tear. He told me that he was sorry and asked me to forgive him. He said that it was selfish of him to put me in that position. He said that there was no way in heaven that he was going to let that short little man mock his daughter. That brought a smile to my face because I saw the same competitiveness in my dad which I had always seen in myself. He didn't want his friend, the principal, to beat him, and he bet on me. It's actually kind of flattering. Then I asked my dad what would have happened, or what would he have done if I had gotten a B? He responded, I would have paid the little fella. Sins of thy father. The measure of a man is in how he behaves when no one is watching. I can remember wanting a dog growing up and getting a cat. The cat was fine. We called her Tabby because she was a tabby cat. She stayed with the family for a long time before her death from old age. But I wanted a dog. My dad said that dogs were for boys and cats were for girls. So if I wanted a pet, it would be a cat. I was hurt by this, but in time I got over it. I know this may seem insignificant, but I mention it because it was the first decision that I can remember wanting to make on my own and not being able to. But it wouldn't be the last. Even when I was 5, I could tell that my parents had demons. Deep-seated demons that I imagined took a lifetime to form. My dad was so hard on me that he would not listen to anyone else about how to raise me. He wouldn't listen to Mom, other preachers, no one. With me making perfect grades and being so talented in so many areas, he thought that he knew it all. He didn't. As I was growing up, my dad seemed to be always trying to compete against me. Strange, I know, but I was an only child, and yet I felt like I was competing against a sibling. It was a competition that I could not win because he kept changing the rules as we went along. I only wanted my dad to be proud of me, but instead of congratulating me for a job well done, he would criticize me over something small and seemingly insignificant. He seemed to never want me to reach a status higher than he had. I never called him out about it, and by the time I got much older, I stopped caring. Mom could have definitely helped the situation more, but she chose to be the good little church wife and do nothing. I can remember thinking, Mom, just make him say something nice. But the words could never come out of my mouth. I now know that Dad really did a number on Mom as well. He was very controlling, verbally abusive, and you could tell that Mom was scared of him. He never physically abused her, at least not in my presence, but the way that they used to go at it, it seemed like either eventually someone would get hurt physically or one of them would leave. Neither happened, and I'm not sure that was a good thing. I always felt we would have been a better family had my dad and mom divorced. By better family, I mean mom would have been happier. I'm sure she would have opened up to me more so than she did. Maybe that would have made us closer. I believe that I would have benefited from them divorcing as well. I could not stand the constant arguing and verbal assaults. And what's more, I hated the fact that we had to act like everything was all right and we were the perfect family. We were far from perfect, and growing up in that environment was very stressful. I understand that the Bible looks down on divorce, and because my father was a pastor, divorce was something he would have never agreed to. My parents were both old school parents who believed in each other's role in the household, no matter what happened the previous night. My dad had this look like he was saying, "Woman, don't play with me," with his eyes. I was scared to death of that look. Mom immediately ceased talking and doing whatever she was doing if she even caught a glimpse of that look. From the outside looking in, our family seemed like the model family. Dad was the strong head of household figure that all the rest of the men at the church aspired to be. Mom was the dutiful preacher's wife, the homemaker, the voice of reason in the church. I was the well-behaved, always on my P's and Q's church girl. Inside our home was another story. A story that I dared not tell anyone, Mom couldn't tell anyone, and Dad did not want anyone to know. I don't know at what point I began to notice it, but when I was around 8 or 9 years old, I realized my parents were two different people. There was the home dad and the church dad, the home mom and the church mom. When I was younger, I used to get the two mixed up all the time, and it would cost me. As I got older, I learned to tell the difference more quickly and stay out of home dad's way. If there was something I wanted that I thought was important, I would wait until we were in the church to ask my dad for it. He usually always said yes at church if what I wanted was practical. If I asked him at home, he would get sarcastic with me, make me jump through all sorts of hoops, then say no over half the time anyway. Mom was no better. If I asked her for anything, whether we were at home or church, she would tell me to go ask my dad. I figured out quickly not to ask her for anything. I can remember my parents having a big argument right before church, and I thought my mom would stay home. Well, not only did she go to church, but she also sat in the same front row seat as usual and stood up and blew a kiss at my dad as he introduced his wonderful first lady. This happened time after time. I would be at church and Dad would speak so politely to me. Because of this, I sometimes let my guard down at home. After a few beatings at the hands of Mr. Charlie, I learned to never let my guard down around my dad. Church was my sanctuary. I enjoyed being at church more than being at home. My parents' attitudes were a lot better at church. Their demeanor towards one another was better, and their demeanor towards me was better. At church, I felt loved. At home, I felt put up with. As in, Mom and Dad put up with my stuff. It's crazy because as different as Mom and Dad were between church and home, I was the same person. Yet they made me feel as though I were different to mask what they were hiding. As I got older, I could sense my dad losing more and more of his grip on reality. He would do and say more things that absolutely baffled me. Growing up, I always thought my dad to be a sharp guy and on point mentally. As I got older, he was not as sharp or on point. What made it worse was that he tried to act as if he was as sharp as a tack, when in fact his sharpness was closer to that of a rusty nail. I can remember first learning to drive, and Dad yelling at me for stopping when the light was yellow. His rule was green means go, red means stop, and yellow means red is coming up, so stop. But on this day, for whatever reason, he started yelling at me because I did not go through the yellow light. I told him about his rule, but he overtalked me, telling me in this instance I had enough time to pass through the light before it turned red, telling me I should know the difference. He went on and on about how rules are made to keep us out of trouble, but that there are certain rules that can be broken, and that's one of them. Well, now I was even more confused. On that same drive home, I stopped at 3 yellow lights and ran 2 red lights. If his driving lesson that day was to confuse the hell out of me, lesson learned. Karma. Always treat people fairly, especially when in positions of authority. Basketball, a sport I grew up playing. Every time a game was on, I had to watch it. Every time a league was formed, I had to join. Basketball wasn't just a sport that Destinee Fontaine played. Basketball was who Destinee Fontaine was. I couldn't get enough. Basketball was my life. Now I hate it. I haven't seen a game in years. Now all of the basketball channels are blocked on my TV. When my friends invite me to go to games with them, I politely decline. I don't think my friends even know that I haven't been to a basketball game in person in years. I've never told anyone why, until now. During my senior year in high school, I was playing sports, picking colleges, and planning for my future. I was a 3-sport letter winner and student body president. I was a member of the debate team, plus I also managed to keep an A average. I was always getting my name and picture in the local paper. I didn't really need all of the attention, but I understood that when you are the face of a town where no one would care about that town if you weren't there, this type of fame comes with the territory. So I didn't complain. I just kept on being Destinee Fontaine. I'll never forget the first day of class in my senior year because that's when I saw him. He looked like a student. I mean, at first I thought he was a student until I overheard another student call him sir. But he looked so young. Young as me even. Well, his name was Mr. Butler, and he was a new teacher that year, fresh out of college. I really was hoping that I was taking his class. One look at my schedule, and the honeymoon was over before it began. No Mr. Butler teaching any of my classes that semester. Damn. Well, there's still 1 semester left, as I was trying to convince myself that I might at least get the chance to talk to the man before I graduated. See, that was me, ever the optimist, always seeing the positive side of things and the good in people. As I continued to live my life, I would come to realize that that would be my blessing and my curse. As student body president, I had the privilege and honor of speaking at all of our assemblies and introducing our guest speakers. There is nothing like the rush you get from standing in front of all your classmates, with all eyes on you, as you try to be serious, funny, and insightful all at the same time. I've always been calm, cool, and collected in any situation, but being in front of my fellow classmates always gave me a rush. Now, for this particular assembly, we had a famous motivational speaker come to our school to get us motivated for the new school year. I had heard of him before, but I had never seen him prior to the assembly. He was a 78-year-old man who stood about 4 feet 11 inches tall. I thought to myself, who can this guy motivate? Well, as soon as he grabbed the microphone, he became a ball of energy. I said, holy moly, where did this guy come from? I think I just got played. The speaker had everyone up on their feet, involved in his presentation, including fine Mr. Butler. Yeah, I see you, Mr. Butler, over there waving your hands. Now, I have forgotten a lot of things. The speaker had everyone up on their feet, involved in his presentation, including fine Mr. Butler. Yeah, I see you, Mr. Butler, over there waving your hands. Now, I have forgotten a lot of things over the years, but I still remember that speaker's message. He spoke to us that day about living the life that we want to live, not the life that our parents want us to live, or the life that our friends want us to live. It was as if no one else was in the room but me. He was talking directly to me. Destiny, your life begins now. What will you do with it? Those words still haunt me because I continue trying to answer that question. Something I always hated in high school were bullies. You know, the people who had self-esteem issues, so they picked on kids with even worse self-esteem issues. That really got my mad on. So, as student body president, I was determined to do something about the problem with bullies who were taking over our school. Now, the plan was to set a stricter set of punishments for those students caught bullying other students. I didn't like bullies, and I wanted them to know it. Funny thing is that in my attempts to rid our school of its problem with bullies, I became one. Her name was Rosie Flowers. I will never forget her because she taught me the true meaning of karma. I had known of her around school, but I had never paid attention to her or actually kicked it with her. With a name like Rosie Flowers, she was exactly what you would expect. A nice, respectful, quiet, unassuming person. Well, senior year brings out the best and worst in people. It's a pressure-filled year, and either you can handle it or you can't. Rosie Flowers couldn't. The first time I can actually remember paying attention to Rosie, she had a tattoo on both arms and a poor, obviously struggling to breathe, smaller girl in a headlock. I noticed the tattoos because Rosie was wearing a tank top. Back then, we were allowed to wear tank tops, but only the bad girls actually wore them. The tank top policy was actually written up as the Rosie rule. Rosie had always been a bigger girl than most of us, but she stayed in the background, not wanting to disrupt things. But senior year, Rosie came back more like Rambo. She had tattoos all over. She wore baggy jeans, Timberland boots, and a different colored tank top every day. Plus, her hair was cut low with the bald fade that would have made any of the guys proud. Rosie also had a posse now. 4 girls who looked, dressed, and acted just like her. I thought to myself, Rosie must have had one hell of a summer. Throughout the first semester of our senior year, Rosie continued terrorizing the smaller, weaker girls in our school. If a student got in trouble, detention was the main punishment. Our school district had stopped paddling students about 2 years before. Rosie Flowers was getting detention so much that she counted it as one of her classes, like algebra, English, PE, and detention. Not only was Rosie always in detention, but she was also starting to gain in popularity. Enough so that secretly I felt threatened. I wrote up a proposal and presented it to the school board. My proposal called for more strict punishments for troublemakers, such as bullies. I hated bullies with a passion, but there was one thing I hated more. One of those bullies getting more popular than me. Rosie Flowers had to go. I convinced the school board to have expulsion as a punishment for bullies who were repeat offenders, and Rosie Flowers was an offender squared, which meant that if she so much as breathed on another student that year, she would get suspended and wouldn't graduate. Rosie's grades were okay because she had been such a good student her first 3 years in high school. However, she wouldn't be able to make up the missed time that an expulsion would bring quick enough to graduate, and I knew it. I made sure that each student in the school received a copy of the new policy changes. From the look on Rosie's face, she knew that she would be skating on thin ice for the rest of the school year. I made sure that Rosie knew that I was the one who pushed for the new changes, and that we as a student body would not stand for bullies any longer. I was always taught to stand up to bullies. The more you fight back, the less you'll get picked on. The stare I got from Rosie as I told her that the new changes were my idea could have burned through concrete. Rosie and I had never been close. That look in her eyes let me know that I had an enemy for life. Being the bully that she was, and with her reputation, it was ironic that 2 weeks later, Rosie would be caught and suspended, not for bullying another helpless kid, but for beating up another bully who had been a member of her posse, for stealing out of this other kid's locker. Rosie was trying to do right, and she paid for it. Suspended for the rest of the semester. Rosie would have to go to summer school to graduate. I was sick to my stomach. I didn't eat for a week. Never in my life had I been more ashamed of myself than when I saw the campus police escorting Rosie Flowers off the property. At that point, it occurred to me. The school was trading in one bully for another. All through high school, I had been a popular person with everybody. Everyone wanted Destinee Fontaine to be their friend. I was good at sports, smart as a whip, and nice to everyone. I really didn't realize what was missing until senior year. Boys. I had never had a boyfriend. I had boys as friends, but that was it. I was never approached to be anyone's girlfriend, nor did I look at boys as anything more than friends. I guess it was because of the sheltered life I led and my parents being so heavily involved in it. Senior year, something changed in me. I don't know if it was the thought of prom or just me coming out of my shell, but everywhere I looked, the guys looked different to me. There were fine ones and cute but skinny ones. Some were ugly but fine as hell. And then there were big, muscular, juicy guys. I had never noticed guys in this way before. I liked it. His name was Tyrus Thomas. He and I had the same lunch, but I didn't know much about him. Tyrus was one of those dreamers. He loved the flowers, the animals, people, and everything that God made. But I never saw him at school anywhere but at lunch. I finally found out why. Because God didn't make no schools. He hated school. He missed more classes than he attended, and yet he carried a C average. Well, Tyrus was cute to me. I sat at his table at lunch specifically because I didn't know him. I was in a hurry and I wanted to eat in peace, then leave. He had one dimple on his left cheek that kept getting my attention. I had an affinity for dimples that one day I would come to regret. On this day, that one dimple caused me to miss my meeting and make a great friend. We talked all through lunch, and I found out that most times he misses class, he goes to the lake to write music. Just lyrics, though, because he has not mastered an instrument yet. He sang a couple of songs, and his voice was good enough to sing to me, but not to the world. As he liked to say, it's a work in progress, and as I would tell him, so am I. So Tyrus and I would hang out together every day at lunch. We loved mind games and seeing who could outthink the other. I would make my best pitch about why he should attend his classes more, and he would so eloquently let me know why he shouldn't. His arguments were always better than mine. He would tell me, for someone who is on the debate team, you sure can't debate. I would then bring my first place debate medals to school to prove him wrong. The state sure thinks I can, I would say. I think that he had been skipping class so long that he began to believe it was right. Well, I had reached my greatest challenge yet, to get Tyrus Thomas attending his classes on a regular basis. I'm Destinee Fontaine, student body president, a triple sport letter winner, plus someone who could talk a gay man straight. Surely I can get this guy away from a lake. The more Tyrus and I met for lunch, the cuter I thought he was. The more Tyrus and I traded verbal jabs, the smarter I thought he was. Too smart, in fact, to be missing classes and not getting the full scope of what high school had to offer. I talked to him about which classes he liked and which ones he didn't like. I wanted to get inside his head. I was trying to manipulate him. I wanted to get him vulnerable so that I could control the situation. Little did I know that Tyrus was trying to do the same thing to me, only he wanted something else, something much more special. Tyrus would say things to me like, "How do you feel about the stars? And do you enjoy walks along the lake?" Tyrus always referred to the lake where he went to hang out as Lake Paraiso de Destino. I was fluent in French, but I couldn't tell you how to say ABC in Spanish, so I never really gave it any thought. He asked me had I ever heard of it, and I told him that I had not. I didn't know it then, but he was setting me up. It was also much easier for me to get him to start going back to class than I originally thought it would be, which should have been another red flag. He figured that if he did something for me, I would do something for him. I was clueless until one day at lunch, Tyrus took me to his locker where he had brought a pair of shorts for himself and a bathing suit for me. Tyrus wanted me to skip school and go with him to the lake. I have to admit that on occasion I secretly thought about going to the lake with Tyrus, but only because he was so sweet and cute. Now, what he wanted, I didn't know if I could give him. You see, I was a virgin and Tyrus wanted to be my first. We had talked openly about our sex lives. Of course, I didn't have one. Tyrus, however, had been with 2 girls before. In the 12th grade, that made him very experienced. I didn't know if I wanted to have sex with him, but I knew that I at least wanted to go to the lake with him, so I agreed. Tyrus was the first in a long line of men that would go on to manipulate me. But he was the only one that I never resented for doing so. I was so nervous about skipping class. I couldn't just go to my morning classes, then miss a class, and then be seen at school again later in the day. I figured that would surely get me caught, so I just called in sick and missed the whole day. Tyrus and I had made plans to meet at the lake in the morning. We would spend the entire day there. Well, when I got there, Tyrus was already there, sitting under a tree with his pen in hand, concocting another song. I was wearing the bathing suit that he had bought for me. He looked at me, and I swear I saw a tear come out of his eye. He told me how gorgeous I looked. That sent chills down my spine. No boy had ever told me that I was gorgeous before. After that day, I would always tell him that he cried for me. And he would always say that it was the wind blowing in his face that caused that tear to fall. But he always said it with a wink. That morning, I sat next to him and we began talking. He read me poetry. He sang songs to me, some complete and some incomplete. The lake was so peaceful that I began to understand Tyrus's attraction to it. The reasons he skipped class didn't have as much to do with him not liking his classes as they had to do with his love for that lake. I was out there a few hours and I fell in love with it too. Lunchtime passed with Tyrus feeding me fish and fruit. I thought to myself, this is better than anything the school cafeteria could have. After lunch, Tyrus and I decided to take a canoe to the middle of the lake. That's where Destinee Fontaine first became a woman, out in the middle of Lake Paraiso de Destino. I found out later that the translation of the name of that lake was Destinee's Paradise. Go figure. It sure seemed meant to be to me. As we paddled the boat to the deepest parts of the lake, Tyrus leaned over and kissed me on my cheek. I pulled back a little because he caught me off guard. I knew where this was headed, and I never felt so unsure about anything in my life. And yet, Tyrus never seemed surer than at this point. Not cocky, but confident about being my first. He said to me, Destinee, don't worry about it. If you want to leave, we'll leave. I'm like, yeah, right. Tyrus said, no, I mean it. I really want to do this, but if you don't, I understand. I said, Tyrus, let's go home. I don't think I'm ready. He said, okay, and we started paddling back to shore. Now, it had gotten later in the evening, and the wind had picked up considerably, so much so that it was hard for us to paddle because we were paddling against the wind. Tyrus asked me what I was feeling at that moment when I thought we were going to do it. I told him that I felt nauseous. I told him that I was scared. He said that he could tell and that he would never make me do anything that I didn't want to do. He said that he came prepared, though. He opened his backpack, and he had all kinds of things in there. Condoms of all sizes, KY jelly, chocolate syrup, mints, roses. He wanted to make it a special day for me. More than anything, he seemed as if he truly wanted me to enjoy the experience. As we paddled back to shore, Tyrus and I talked about his first time and how it was a one-night stand with someone a few years older than himself. He said that although he enjoyed it, it wasn't the way that he wanted to lose his virginity. He finally confessed to me that he wanted my first time to be with him because he thought that he could make it more special than anyone else could. In my mind, I was thinking, you know what, Tyrus? It already has been. Now, we had stopped paddling by this point. We seemed as if we were moving in slow motion. Tyrus turned around to pick up the oars. He wanted to continue paddling. When he turned back around, I placed a condom in his hand. I'm ready. Tyrus and I arrived at Lake Paraiso de Destino not knowing what to expect. We left that night knowing one thing was for sure, that we would always be able to count on one another. Not only did I become a woman that day, but Tyrus also became a man. I think a boy becomes a man if he can exhibit certain traits when dealing with a virgin, traits such as patience, gentleness, and respect. Tyrus showed those traits with me when he didn't have to. He made my first time memorable, not because of the sex. Truth be told, he seemed more like the virgin than I did, but for the lake, for the songs, for the canoe ride, for treating it as an experience and not just an act. Tyrus and I became very good friends. He would go on to a successful music career after I urged him to learn to play the guitar, and Lake Paraiso de Destino and I would meet again. How about them Mavericks? That was our battle cry. Our mascot was a maverick, which is sort of a big-ass cow. And although we were a football town, for a few years back in the day, basketball reigned supreme. Basketball season was always my favorite time of the year. For one, because I was a basketball junkie, and two, because it was the only sport that started in the fall semester and ended in the spring semester. It kept me busy for the majority of the year, and I liked being busy. I was a returning all-district player and team captain. Coaches from all over were calling me, sending me letters, and vying for me to come play basketball for their school. Plus, we had made it all the way to the state title game my junior year. This was going to be an unforgettable season, and nothing was going to stop me from my goal of getting a college scholarship. The season started off great. We won all of our non-district games, were a perfect 12-0, and were ranked the number 2 girls basketball team in the state. I was averaging 18 points and 11 rebounds a game. Things were going just as I had planned. I had just gone back into the locker room after one of our victories when it happened. Our starting point guard, we called her Lil Bit, kissed me on the lips. At the time, it didn't mean anything to me because we were teammates and had just won a big game, and because I thought she was kidding around. I just pushed her aside, saying, "Cut that out, girl." But now, looking back on that kiss, that was the beginning of a new breed of women's ball players, and I wasn't willing to play by those rules. About a week after that kiss, I was getting showered after practice when Tasha Lacey, a role player on the team, came in and began taking a shower next to me. This was her first year playing for us, and I didn't know her very well, so we began talking. She seemed cool enough. I put shampoo in my hair, and with my eyes closed, I began to wash it out. Then, all of a sudden, I felt something warm on my breast. I opened my eyes and jumped back. Tasha was licking my nipples. "What the hell are you doing?" I responded. Tasha said, "I saw you kiss Lil Bit last week. I didn't know you roll that way, but I'm glad you do." I said, "Roll what way?" She started flicking her tongue real fast. I said, "I don't roll that way and never will." Tasha said, "Too bad, because we could have one hell of a party." I got out of the shower and everyone was gone. I didn't realize it was so late. I didn't know what the hell was going on. First Lil Bit and now Tasha? My mind was tripping. Now, every time my teammates look at me, I visualize them lusting over me. At this point, I'm thinking about our next game and keeping our undefeated record intact. Our next game was a rivalry game. I had my game face on, and I wasn't going to allow us to lose. We started the game off with a quick 10-0 run, and everything was all good. But then Lil Bit pats me on the butt as we run down the court. Now, we always did that to show our appreciation for a good play or whatever. But after the kiss and the incident with Tasha, I didn't know whether I was being patted on the butt for a good play or because she wanted to fill me up. Suddenly, it felt weird. So weird, in fact, that it threw me off my game. I wasn't making the plays that I used to make, nor was I focused on just the game. Now, our rival had come back to tie the game late in the fourth quarter. I had missed my last 5 shots, and I was trying to find my rhythm. Well, after another miss, Tasha pats me on the butt and tells me to get it together. It was an innocent enough pat, but my whole spine tingled when she did that. She just didn't know how my mind was affected by all those pats. We were down by a point with time running out, and I knew that I would have to take the last shot. No matter how many times I had missed, they still believed in me. Inevitably, during the timeout, everyone kept patting me on the butt. I had lost my confidence. As much as my teammates believed in me, I had stopped believing in myself. We ran a pick play to get me a wide open shot, and as soon as Lil Bit passed me the ball, I dribbled it off my foot and out of bounds as the clock hit 000. Till this day, I believe that I dribbled that ball off my foot on purpose so that I wouldn't have to attempt and, in my mind, miss that last shot. That was our first loss that year, and I was to blame. As many games as I had won for us over the years, that one loss seemed to wipe them all away. I was devastated. That game was the beginning of the end for me in basketball. After the loss to our rivals, I missed the next game with a sprained ankle. We lost that too. I was feeling more and more like I wasn't a part of the team. I didn't hang out with the girls much outside of basketball. Plus, my shot still was off. I would go to basketball practice every other day, and I always ended up getting hurt. A sprained ankle here, a jammed thumb there. Basketball just wasn't fun for me anymore. The coach had had enough, so he benched me. I was no longer a starter, but a benched starter, which is worse than never having started in the first place. Soon, college coaches started calling around, inquiring about my attitude and health. I could feel my scholarship slipping away every minute I was on that bench. I missed a couple of more games because I was, quote-unquote, injured, and the look in my teammates' eyes told me all that I needed to know. I had lost them. I was no longer the leader, no longer their captain. Not only did they not like me, but they didn't even respect me anymore. As the season spiraled downhill, I sat on that bench and did nothing. I didn't even try to show up for practice to work on my game. I just made excuses about why I couldn't play, and therefore get dressed and undressed in the locker room. Our team had just won its last regular season game to squeak into the playoffs. Although I didn't help them do it, I felt proud of them for winning that last game. I decided right then to show up for the next practice and try to regain their trust. Only at that time, I didn't know that they were too far gone. Their trust was like a dandelion in the wind, blown away. I showed up at the next practice to everyone's surprise, and I was hitting some shots too. I shocked myself, but my teammates were even more shocked. I felt good. I thought to myself, we are going to sweep through these playoffs. After practice, I spoke to a couple of college recruiters about the past few weeks and my lack of focus. I assured them that I had put that behind me, and they assured me they would be checking me out during our playoff run. I was more excited than ever. I still had a chance to land that scholarship. When I got back to the dressing room, most of the players and staff had gone. I went to take a shower. As I was washing myself, Tasha Lacey walked into the shower, then Lil Bit, then 3 other girls. I said, "What's going on, ladies?" Lil Bit said, You won't be going to no college. I said, huh? Then the 3 girls jumped me. They held me down while Tasha and Lil Bit and whoever else raped me. While it was happening, I felt helpless. No one could hear my screams. I felt like a little kid being picked on by bigger kids on the playground. I didn't know why they were doing it. I only wanted it to be over. When the rape ended, so did my dreams of a scholarship and my desire to play the game that I loved. I never played another basketball game for my school, nor did I tell anyone about the rape. At the time, I didn't think anyone would have believed me, but I guess I didn't want the embarrassment of being raped by women to be my calling card either. So I simply walked away from basketball, school, everything. The team lost its very first playoff game, and I couldn't have cared less. The coach called me a million times. All my people wondered why I didn't play. I was emotionally beat down. I had a nervous breakdown, so I checked myself into a psychiatric hospital. I thought maybe they could get me back right. I now know that you can't get back right something that was never right to start. As I was leaving the school for the last time, I saw a little bit out in the parking lot. She was leaning against the car all hugged up to this bigger, huskier girl. The girl's head was turned, so I couldn't make out who she was. As I walked past them, it became clearer to me. It was Rosie Flowers. I thought to myself, what the hell? I never believed in karma until that day. Never thought that I could become a victim of it until I didn't graduate. No matter how popular you think you are or how smart you think you are, karma has a way of putting you in your place. Self-realization. The best way to get over your issues is to own them. Basketball scholarship, gone. Friends, gone. Sanity, gone. It was time for me to do what I knew I needed to do, but didn't want to do. I had lost my reality, and I didn't know how to get it back. So, after talking with my parents, we decided to check me into the local psychiatric hospital. Although I felt myself losing everything that I identified with, I didn't feel crazy. My dad didn't agree with our decision at first, but he went along with it because of how persuasive my mom was. Mom said that I just needed to rest. See, my parents never made me feel crazy. The way they put it, I was just tired from doing too much, and I couldn't have agreed more. That little nugget of perspective helped the transition immensely. When I first got to that place, I didn't know what to expect. I figured it would be like Alcoholics Anonymous or something, some multi-step program where we sit at a round table and talk about our issues. Hi, my name is Destinee and I'm tired. It all seemed so undestiny-like. My wake-up call came that first week when the doctors prescribed antidepressants for me to take on a daily basis, and I was put on suicide watch. There was only one problem. I wasn't suicidal. It didn't matter. Everyone at that place was given meds and placed on suicide watch. I couldn't say no, so like a good little Destinee, I took the drugs. I just prayed that the drugs didn't make me crazier than they already thought I was. The next thing they did was place me in a room by myself, with all 4 walls padded. There was no window for fresh sunlight, and the mattress was on the floor. No bed, no box springs, just mattress and floor. It felt a lot like jail, only the toilet was not in my room, but down the hall, like in college. You could not use the restroom at your discretion either. They had scheduled restroom breaks for us. If you had to go and it wasn't your time, you either had to hold it or go on yourself. If you went on yourself, you would sit and stew in your own urine or feces until someone saw fit to let you shower and give you a change of clothes. In many cases, the nurses had to clean and change the patients. Yeah, there were a lot of messed up patients in that place. But you've got to remember, the nurses are people, and people don't always do their jobs well. Some were better than others and helped you immediately, while some acted as if they hated their job and were nothing more than babysitters. Plus, I'm sure the pay wasn't all that great. You know what they say, you get what you pay for. If their pay was based on how we were treated, I'd say they made less than minimum wage. After what seemed like weeks, I lost track of time in that place with no clocks or windows to the outside world. I finally began meeting with a psychiatrist. They called her a counselor, as if that would make me want to talk to her more. However, I noticed the degree on her wall. I was cool because I had nothing to hide. The psychiatrist's name was Dr. Marlene Dwyer. She was very small in stature, maybe 5'2". She was middle-aged, but smoked all her life, so she looked a lot older than she was. Dr. Dwyer dressed very professional, but she didn't smell professional. Instead of soaps, lotions, and perfumes, the only thing you smelled when she walked by was cigarettes. I did not look forward to our visits. Our first visit began with me talking and ended with me talking. I don't remember Dr. Dwyer saying one word after, "Tell me about yourself." I started by telling her about my childhood, how I really enjoyed it, but how I thought that my parents were way too strict for me. A little girl who did everything right, was polite, well-mannered, and got straight A's in school ever since the first grade. I told her about my athletic ability and how driven I was to get a college scholarship from an early age. I mentioned all the friends I had growing up and how popular I was. I have since come to realize that they were not my friends, but associates. You see, associates are people who want to be around you because you make them look good or you benefit them in some way. You have a party, they are there. You hit the game-winning shot, they are there. However, when you are not doing so well, that's when you see who your true friends are. Dr. Dwyer forced me to look at my life from 2 points of view, that of the star and that of the goat. She had me visualize all the faces who were around when I was a star. Then I had to write as many names down as I could. She defined star as the times in my life when I was on top of the world, when it was easy to like me, when it was beneficial to be my friend. She then had me do the same thing, looking at my life as the goat. She described goat as all the points in my life when I was down on my luck or felt unlucky, when it was not easy to like me or be associated with me, when others could potentially look bad by being around me. So I thought long and hard about it and wrote all of those names down. It took quite a while to complete the 2 lists, but when I did, things became so much clearer. I looked at everyone differently after that. But most importantly, I looked at myself differently. From then on, I had a calm that I had never experienced before. My mom said that's what rest feels like. You're finally rested, Destinee, she said. Maybe she's right. I definitely liked that feeling. My soul changed, though, being in that place. I had always been an eternal optimist, looking on the bright side of everything and finding the best in everyone. After leaving that place, I didn't trust as easily anymore. Dr. Dwyer had awoken something in me that I didn't know existed. The GOAT. Before then, I'd always looked at the world through the eye of the star. I didn't realize there was another side to me. I appreciate Dr. Dwyer for helping me to find myself and realize my true value. But I resent her for putting this skeptical eye inside my head. I resent her for putting this thing in my gut that allows me to feel bullcrap from 1,000 miles away. Seeing bullcrap before it's thrown has sort of become my superpower, so maybe it's not all bad. Dr. Dwyer did allow me to take stock of my life, and upon completion of that, I've realized who my true friends are. So for that, I thank her. I met with Dr. Dwyer once a week for the first 5 months that I was in that place. Roughly 20 sessions or so. And in those sessions, I learned I had actually suppressed some things that had happened as I grew up. Dr. Dwyer took me back to different places during our sessions. She did this mostly through hypnosis. Well, in this one session, I think I shocked myself as well as Dr. Dwyer with what came out. She took me back to a trip I took with my mom when I was modeling. We were in Hawaii as part of the campaign and had just had a long day of photo shoots. It was about 2 a.m, and I woke up to get in the bed with my mom. Her door was slightly open, and I heard noises coming from the room. So I pushed it in a little further. There, in my mom's bed, was my mom and the modeling agent having sex. I couldn't believe what I was remembering, and I didn't know if it was real or fake. Dr. Dwyer said that there was a 99% probability that it was real. She said that under hypnosis, it's nearly impossible for the unconscious mind to make things up. I couldn't understand why I didn't remember it. My mom never knew that I knew. It makes sense now because I do remember being offered other modeling campaigns and feeling overwhelmingly nauseous at the thought of another trip. That's why I never did another one. Dr. Dwyer was instrumental in allowing me to leave one chapter of my life behind and begin the next with a fresh mind, a rested body, and a clear spirit. The last month I was in that place, I was told that I had improved enough mentally to go home. They wanted to keep me for another month so that I could clear my mind, body, and soul even more. It was like detoxing for a month, only it wasn't drugs or alcohol. It was bad memories, a worn down body, and depression. Dr. Dwyer helped me to see that the mind can be your greatest power or your biggest kryptonite. It can be a paralyzing agent, only allowing you to see what it wants you to see. The mind can deliver you from sin, which I've witnessed many times, or cast you out into hell. As I see life differently now, maybe I can make my mind up to do better. You see, as simple as it sounds, it's a hard thing to put into action. It's easy to pass a test. You study. If you want to be good at shooting baskets, you practice. But what life really comes down to is in everything you do better. Make your next step better than your last. After 20 sessions, And 6 months in that place, that's what I learned. Finding my way. If you don't know what you want to do with your life, start by giving. On my own now. This is what I had wanted for so long, just not under these circumstances. I had been away from society for 6 months, and I believe those were the best 6 months of my life. I had been able to reflect on my life. I had read a lot of books, and I had also gained a lot more weight than I should have, the product of learning how to cook over the last 6 months and eating every bit of it. There had been absolutely no pressures to be great, no expectations. People weren't wanting something from me at every turn. This is a feeling that I had not had in a long time. Quiet in my own head. And I liked it. I liked it a lot. No diploma. No basketball scholarship. Everything that I had worked my ass off for. Everything I thought that I wanted, I did not have. And yet I'm happier than I've ever been. I'm back home living with my mom and dad, trying to figure out where to go from here. I've always had big hopes and dreams, large goals and gigantic expectations. But if the last 6 months have taught me anything, it's that with big goals and gigantic expectations come big pressures and gigantic worries. I feel so good physically and mentally that I'm not sure I want those pressures anymore. Maybe I want a simple life, a life that allows me to pay the bills, come home at a decent time, and relax on weekends. Maybe I'll do work for one of my dad's church ministries. I'm 19 and have no clue what I want to do for the rest of my life. Maybe doing God's work would allow me to find myself. Maybe doing God's work is His plan for my life. I've never thought about it, but it's worth a shot. After speaking to my mom and dad about the different ministries at the church that I could become a part of, I decided on the missionary ministry. Each year, the missionary ministry is sent by the church to different parts of the world to make a difference. They've been to Africa a bunch of times, as well as Asia, India, different parts of the U.S., and Mexico. They do things such as build homes for the less fortunate, feed the hungry, give medicine and medical supplies to those who need them, and much, much more. My initial reason for choosing this ministry was because of the travel involved. See, I've traveled all over the world, and I love it. Meeting new people and experiencing new cultures is the best. But my dad tells me that this ain't those modeling trips. There's real work involved, and if I don't plan on working, don't go. I assured him I was game. The missionary ministry really came about during my time as a model. My mom was with me every step of the way, so every new place we visited, she would do her part by trying to bring people to the Lord. My mom would preach to people, she would pray for people, and do anything heavenly possible to show people Christ. She would visit the darkest of places too. I would be set up in a 5-star hotel while mom was ministering to the homeless over a street fire in the ghetto. I would tell her how dangerous it was, and she would say how much more dangerous hell is. She was putting herself in hell's way in order for people's souls to be saved. She did this everywhere we went. She would report back to my dad everything she was doing. Dad thought it dangerous too, but he knew there was no talking her out of it. See, he was a pastor, but he was also a husband, and his husband's side didn't want his wife out at all these dark places because he knew that the human body could not be trusted. It was not of God and needed a spiritual transformation, which his wife was trying to do. So my dad was caught in a catch-22, allowing one of his flock to minister to those who needed it, but wanting to protect that person because she was his wife. Dad decided right then to start a missionary ministry. It would be a group of people from the church instead of one person, thereby lessening the danger when out in the streets at night or otherwise. They would continue the work that his wife had started. The first few years, the missionary ministry traveled throughout the U.S. only, finding different areas they thought needed hope, Jesus, or a friend. See, when my dad put this ministry together, he really just wanted to be a friend to those who needed us. He always said that the true spirit of Jesus Christ is that of friendship. When you can't count on anyone else, you can count on your friends. From this line of thinking, our ministry got its name, A Friend for Life Ministries. The first few years we had a shoestring budget, which was another reason we only traveled domestic and not international. My dad used to tell the congregation that we needed to save American souls first and let God handle the rest until we got there. Well, with God's help, we got there pretty quickly. Within 3 years, A Friend for Life made its first international mission. They went to Zaire, Africa, for 6 weeks, armed with enough medical supplies to start their own hospital, enough rice and beans to start a Chipotle franchise, and enough clothing for Walmart to be jealous. Walmart was a big sponsor of A Friend for Life Ministries, donating a lot of the clothes, while Sam's Club donated most of the rice and beans. After the first trip to Africa, which was a huge success, the church board would meet on an annual basis and decide where to send the ministry next. Since a lot of my model money was used to fund A Friend for Life Ministries, I was made an honorary board member. No voting rights, but I could sit in on the meetings and give input. I was not yet traveling with the ministry, but I was very instrumental in deciding where the church would send A Friend for Life. Our church started out as a Pentecostal church when I was young, but through the years, as my dad's religious views evolved, so did the churches. Our church now has about 10 different denominations. We opened it up to all denominations once we started getting Mexicans and Africans and Germans coming, wanting to be a part of our congregation. It's something my dad had to do because not everyone in the church wanted to practice the Pentecostal religion. So he said people could come from all walks of life and practice their religion because we all worship the same God. We all have faith in the same Almighty. My dad began to stop believing in religion when he witnessed a lot of the preachers become wealthy on the backs of their poorest congregation members. Pastor friends of his, whom he came up with in the church, would preach the message of poverty to their congregation and drive off in a Benz. My dad called them Hollywood preachers and believed that they were the biggest sinners of all. He didn't judge though, so heaven or hell would be up to God. After witnessing these Hollywood preachers do this time after time, he felt his church should be opened up to all religions, and his missionary ministry, A Friend for Life, needed to expand international. With the influx of Mexicans now attending our church, and after listening to their stories of poverty, the church board decided that this year they would send A Friend for Life Ministries to Mexico. Guerrero, Mexico, is such a sad place. I had been to Mexico twice as a model, but never there. From the time the plane was hovering above the city, we could tell they needed us. You know how most cities have a bad part and a good part? Well, Guerrero was all bad, and the good had left town years before. It seemed like Guerrero was an endless ghetto stretching for miles. If there was a bright spot to this city, it was buried so deep beneath the dirt, the rubble, and the stench of dead animals and trash that it would take a millennium to uncover. So here we were, a Friend for Life Ministries, trying to find that bright spot. When we got there, we followed our directions, which led us to something of a warehouse district. We could not tell what it was from the outside, although it looked and smelled like death all around us. Inside, however, there was life. This run-down warehouse that smells to all be damned on the outside is like a bustling little city on the inside. People moving all around as if they have places to go and people to see. We were very surprised by this. Now, our contact was a guy named Hector. Hector was short, a little bit fat, but not a lot. And he had lived in America for years before going back to Mexico because of family reasons. A lot of churches send missions to Guerrero, and Hector is point man for most of them. We are here because Hector reached out to our church. His mom attends our church, and through her, he was able to relay the message of suffering and poverty down in Guerrero. We were housed in an average for Mexico, but below standards for America, part of the warehouse. Our objective was to feed people who are hungry, to clothe people who had little to none to wear, and to deliver people who wanted to know God. After being there almost 5 weeks and feeding person after person, witnessing to soul after soul, I didn't have a real passion for it. I believed in the work and thought it good and decent, but I needed more. We do good and decent work in America. I was looking for greatness in Mexico. I wanted to do something big. I wanted to find my way here and now in Guerrero. Well, the final week went by without anything colossal happening, and I really had to work hard at not feeling down about that. I really wanted God to give me a sign that this was to be my life's work, that ministering to those less fortunate than me was the way to go for me. Mexico was cool. I believe we helped people, but I also believe the experience could have been so much more. On the first Sunday back at church after the mission trip, everyone was asking us questions and congratulating us. Hector's mom stands up and thanks the church for what we had done. She says that her son Hector raved about the help we gave them. She says that he said, even more than the food and clothes, the best thing that we gave Guerrero was hope. He said that as we could see, it was a very downtrodden city where hope had not visited in a long time. We changed that. A Friend for Life Ministries gave Guerrero, Mexico, a reason to believe. Hector told his mom that a lot of people wanted to leave Mexico, but thought that it would be too hard. He now says that a bunch of citizens will be coming to the U.S. to find work, a church home, and a friend for life. After about 2 weeks had passed, we as a church were into other things and had forgotten Hector's words. Well, this Sunday, we were all at church and had been for a while. My dad had extended an invitation to join the church, which he does every Sunday. We had a couple of people get up from their seats and come to the front, which is generally the norm. On this Sunday, however, Hector's mom got up and went to the back of the church. She opened the double doors, and the first person through was Hector, dressed in his Sunday best. After Hector, there seemed to be an endless number of Mexicans who came and joined the church that day. I would put the number at over 100. My dad and mom could not stop smiling. My dad kept saying, "What a blessing, what a colossal blessing." At that moment, I thought back to Mexico and how I was looking for this huge blessing. God was teaching me patience. I learned that the bigger blessings come in time. I was so used to getting immediate gratification my whole life that I didn't recognize when seeds were being planted. After this experience, I think I know what my way was to be: a seed planter. Yeah, I want to be a seed planter. My girls, good friends are like fresh air. You need them to survive. The year in which I turned 12, I had 12 sleepovers at my house, one for each year of my life. My mom and dad said I could invite whomever and however many girls I wanted. See, my parents always allowed me to have sleepovers at my house, but never allowed me to attend any sleepovers at any of the other girls' homes. I believe they did this because if I was out of their sight, they didn't know what or who would be influencing me. By keeping me at home, they could know that I was doing things their way. They were very controlling, and I was really confused by it. I think they overcompensated by allowing me to invite as many girls as I wanted. There were always around 9 to 10 girls at each sleepover, and always different faces, except for these 4 girls: Tawana, Courtney, Taylor, and Giovanna. Back then, we were just developing our relationships, and I really didn't think of them as any other than cool people. As the years went by, all the other girls at those sleepovers came and went, but these 4 ladies are still in my life. It amazes me how close we've all become because it certainly didn't start out that way. I can remember not liking Tawana because I thought she was mean. Even when I didn't invite her to one of my sleepovers, she would inevitably show up because one of the other girls invited her. That happened quite a few times, and I really didn't have the courage to tell her not to come. The more she came, the more I understood her, and the more I liked her, and the more I wanted her to come. Eventually, I started to invite her all over again. Tawana is a bulldog. She is straight ghetto, and her mouth has no filter. Her wit is as sharp as a tack, and its only rival is her tongue. When she gets on you, you will know it, and your only recourse will be to run away, back away, or do whatever it is people do to avoid being mauled by pit bulls. I know one thing: when you're in a fight or a war of words, or when you're being bullied, there is no one more you'd rather have on your side than Tawana. She's been on my side for a long time now, and her bite is still vicious. Tawana and I ended up going to school together. That definitely was not the plan. However, I had dreams of picking a school based on basketball, while Tawana enlisted in the Marines. While my plans were derailed because of a stint in a mental hospital, Tawana's journey took her all over the world. After leaving the mental institution, I had to rebuild my life. I needed to figure out who I was and what I wanted to be. Tawana was living her life, serving her country, but as she told me, she was far from her own person. We grew up thinking that if you joined the army, They owned you. They wouldn't train you to do anything but fight. And the green uniforms looked horrible. The Army had all the commercials on TV. The other branches rarely put themselves out there like that. So joining the Army was out. All we knew about the Air Force was flying planes, and all we knew about the Navy was that they were on the water for months at a time, and Tawana wasn't having any of that. So Tawana went and talked to a Marine recruiter who sweet-talked her. Plus their uniforms were cool. So that's how she chose the Marines. Very thorough, I know. Tawana said that she was under the impression that they would not be as hard on the women as they were on the men. She said that during boot camp, she got cursed out more than most of the men there, it seemed. Her boot camp experience was like what she thought being in a prison was like. She could not imagine the hurt, pain, and anguish of a Nazi prison camp. And before experiencing boot camp, she would have never imagined that the Marine boot camp could be that bad. To me, Tawana traveled all over the world, visiting all of these exotic places. To her, they were always places that the Marines sent her, and not places that she would ever choose to go on her own, like Iraq, Afghanistan, or even Korea. Plus, it was work and not a vacation. She said that the experiences were cool, but she just wanted to go to Vegas, Miami, or Hawaii just once. Places where I have been many times. Tawana and I consistently sent each other letters during her 7 years in the Marines. While I spent those 7 years searching for my truth, Tawana had a plan all along. She told me that the military would pay for her college. She also told me that she only decided to join the military because she knew that when she got out, they would pay for her college tuition. Tawana didn't come from a family with money, and she didn't come from a family full of degrees. Truth be told, she would be the first person in her family to graduate college, but she didn't want to pay back student loans for the rest of her natural life. So she endured the Marines and all that she hated about them for 7 long years. She would have gotten out after 4 years, but the longer she stayed, the more college money she would receive. So she put up with the BS for 3 extra years. For Tawana, the military was synonymous with slavery, and her reparations for volunteering to become enslaved was the GI Bill. She said that the Marines did everything they could to break her, short of beating her with whips and keeping her chained up. She said that it almost worked too, but a letter I sent her while she was in boot camp changed everything for her. I had sent her so many letters over the years, I couldn't remember this specific letter. She began to tell me how when she was at her lowest and ready to say, forget it, to the GI Bill, college, and her plan, she received my letter. My letter started off by saying how proud I was of her. I told her how strong and courageous I thought she was. To fight for your country is the most honorable thing you could ever do. She said by the end of the letter she was in tears because she was about to quit, and disappointing her parents was bad, but disappointing me was worse than that. Now she said what really made her not quit during boot camp and stick it out was what I said at the end of the letter. I told her she was my hero, and I meant it, so much so that at the end of each letter I wrote to her while she was in the military, I continued to tell her that she was my hero. I didn't want her to forget that message, and to this day, Tawana is still my hero. Courtney is the youngest of all my girls. so I always refer to her as my baby. She is the nicest person you will ever meet. Her parents raised her in the church just as mine did with me. So we have that as a common bond. She has always held tightly to her Christian values and is just a good friend to everyone that she meets. As early as I can remember knowing her, up until now, she has been this way. Courtney has a light complexion, almost yellow, with beautiful skin. Her smile makes it very easy to approach her. The way Courtney treats everyone is a testament to how you should want to be treated and how you should want to treat others. Unlike Tawana, I knew that Courtney and I would be good friends right away. I remember asking her if she wanted to be my friend the first day we met. She said yes, and from then on, we've been inseparable. Courtney has always been my rock, the person I leaned on the most, because I knew that she would always be the one to give me advice that had a practical purpose. She was so upbeat and optimistic that when interacting with her, it was hard for you not to be influenced by that. Throughout my life, I've definitely needed that influence. My parents loved Courtney because they figured she was good for me. They didn't know how she behaved in other parts of her life, but as long as she was a benefit to their daughter, she was good. It's funny how parents are always selfish when it comes to their own children, only wanting what's best for them, everything and everyone else be damned. And it's okay. Society doesn't condemn them for this. Courtney was good for me, and I was good for her. She taught me how to forgive, and I taught her how to be strong. Courtney introduced me to my first steady, longtime boyfriend, Jimmy. He really charmed her because he wanted her panties. She, however, was in the middle of a self-discovery process that led her to being celibate at the time. She thought he was smart, sweet, and funny, so she introduced him to me. Instead of getting Courtney's panties, he got mine. What began as a process of self-discovery for Courtney would end in heartbreak for me, as I discovered one of the biggest lessons of all. In the beginning of my relationship with Jimmy, everything was going great. We were getting along so well and just loving on each other. Courtney felt so proud that she was the one who put us together. Every time we would go out and meet new people, if the subject of relationships came up, she would bring it up. I would just smile and nod because it was so cute seeing her so giddy about it. Jimmy and I were great for about 6 months. Then something changed in him. It was right after I had gotten an abortion. I would always blame Jimmy's change in attitude on the abortion because that's what I thought caused it. I really used to blame myself when things went bad for us. It was my decision to get the abortion, so everything that Jimmy did after that was my fault. I drove him to it. As much as I beat myself up about my relationship with Jimmy, Courtney beat herself up even more. As happy as she felt when things were going right for us, she felt just as guilty when things started to turn. Jimmy's entire personality changed. He went from being this sweet, sweet guy towards me to being really mean and spiteful. However, by the time he started showing these signs, I was already so invested in him and loved him to my core that I didn't want to see what was right in front of me. Courtney made me see it. I didn't know it then, but I know it now. When I fall for someone, I fall hard, like a ton of bricks hard. On the day after my first miscarriage, Courtney came by the hospital to see me. I had given all of my girls a call but she was the first one to arrive. She came in crying, understandably because her girl was laid up. This looked and felt different, though. She couldn't look me in the face, even after I assured her that I was okay. She was still crying profusely. It took a while, but I asked her, "Courtney, is there something you want to tell me?" The first thing she said to me was that she was glad that I was okay. She rushed over so that she could speak to me before our other friends arrived. She began by telling me that she didn't mean for any of this to happen. She said that Jimmy made a pass at her. Jimmy told her that he didn't love me, but he just went out with me so that he could be close to her. I really couldn't believe what I was hearing. Or should I say, I didn't want to believe it. Courtney was so upset by this, it had to be true. Her spirit was broken. She was devastated in a way that I should be right now because I just had a miscarriage from someone that I thought loved me. I was eerily calm, though. After listening to Courtney and thinking back, it all was making sense. Jimmy didn't love me. I knew about white bread already at this point, so Courtney really just put the last pieces to the puzzle together for me. I knew what I had to do. Break up with this no-good ninja. But first, there was healing that had to take place. I knew Courtney, and I knew that she would never be right again unless I spoke life back into her. Jimmy had done plenty by this point, so we were on the outs anyway. I could not allow my friend's grief to overtake her because of this dude. I knew the words she needed to hear, but I hesitated just to make sure those were the words that I wanted to say. I mean, Courtney messed up a large chunk of my life, hooking me up with this dude, but I loved him so. Does that mean that she did me a solid because I never felt that way about anyone else? However, Jimmy treated me so badly. He cheated on me many times and left me half the woman I was when he found me. Does that mean that I should curse the ground that she walks on? I was not sure what I should do at this point, but I did know one thing. Courtney had always come through for me before. This one mistake, although it was a big one, would not cause me to lose her. I looked my friend in her eyes and wiped the tears from her face. I grabbed her by her hands, and with her head bowed low, I said, "I forgive you." At that point, she raised her head and said, "Thank you." I knew she was relieved to hear that from me because she had been feeling guilty for a long time now. I told her I did not blame her for the misfortunes in my life since Jimmy joined me in it. I held Jimmy accountable for all his own actions. I thanked her for being a wonderful girlfriend to me and for being there for me many times before. And she's continued to be there for me many times since. I told Courtney how strong I thought she was because she was a gorgeous woman who was celibate despite men throwing themselves at her. I have never been celibate when guys have shown interest in me, but I'm sure it's something that I have neither the strength nor discipline to do. I told her she did that, and my respect for her grew so much more because of it. After Jimmy, Courtney and I remained tight, and I witnessed Courtney grow in a substantial way. She became more self-assured, she believed in herself more, and she put more thought into the decisions that she made. All of this after Jimmy. Taylor and I became friends way before the sleepovers began. Her mom and my mom are best friends, and her dad has been a deacon at my dad's church for as long as I can remember. We like to think of ourselves as twins, two kindred spirits brought together by a force stronger than either of us. We are the same age, our birthdays are in the same month, and we share the same sign, Cancer. By the way, she's white, inside and out. You know how when someone flashes a bright light in your eyes and all you see is a white light? That's Taylor, blindingly white. So much so that my nickname for her is Flash. We've known each other longer than my other girlfriends, but there has always been a disconnect between Taylor and me. Taylor is a very negative person. Her attitude has always sucked. And this has probably been the biggest barrier in the way of our relationship being tighter. As lily white as Taylor is, she has gained a little flavor over the years. Still not a lot, but I would like to think that hanging around me over the years has rubbed off on her. Taylor is the most athletic white girl I have ever seen. She is 6 feet, 2 inches tall and can jump out the gym. She would go on to college on a volleyball scholarship. Taylor always talked a good game, but the truth is, she was flawed. We are all flawed in some way or another, but Taylor was flawed in a way I would never want to be. She seemed to never be happy, although she had every reason to be. She was gifted in almost every way possible. She kept outstanding grades and was extremely athletic. She wore the best clothes and had a family that adored her. Yet she was the most negative, the sky's falling type of person in my circle of friends. If you didn't grow up around her and that attitude, you could never get used to it. Her exterior was very rough, but I knew how vulnerable she really was. All Taylor had was me. As great of an athlete as Taylor was, as smart as she was, no one wanted to be around her for any length of time because they couldn't get past her persona. I believe Taylor was sexually molested as a child because she is very defensive, especially when physical contact is involved, such as hugging, holding hands, or even dancing. I have seen those traits in other molested individuals when I was in the psych hospital. I have no proof, and I haven't the courage to ask her about it. I've just tried to be a friend to her and let the chips fall where they may. I've been around plenty of people with issues. Hell, I've had my own very real issues. The best way to deal with your own issues is head on. The sooner you own them, the sooner you can get past them, because that's the goal. To get past your issues so that they don't affect the rest of your life in a negative way. I've also learned that the best way to deal with someone else's issues is to listen. My dad always said that if you want to be a friend to people, listen to them. What you say is received on deaf ears, but what you don't say speaks volumes. Taylor viewed the world in a glass is half empty type of way, and it was my job as her best friend to not allow this warped way of looking at the world to affect her future. She knew she could count on me no matter what. Yeah, she could count on her parents too, but they aren't her girl. She went to her parents for the easy problem, the soft stuff. She came to me for the juicy stuff, the hard stuff, and I loved it. Taylor was involved in a car accident when she was about 23. She was leaving work and this big F-150 truck T-boned her on the driver's side. She suffered broken ribs, a broken arm, a concussion, and crushed vertebrae in her back. The car was totaled, and just by looking at it, you would not have thought that Taylor would have survived it. My Taylor was a fighter, though. Still is. Taylor stayed in the hospital for 6 weeks, and after getting released, she began her physical therapy at home. Taylor was in a wheelchair when she was first released from the hospital, so all the therapy she did was upper body. She slowly began to do lower body therapy, and slowly she got better. She was on prescription medication for a long time after she got released from the hospital. Her physical therapy and prescription stopped at about the same time, yet the pain she felt persisted. Taylor complained about the pain all the time, especially in her back. I was there about every other day, making sure she had everything that she needed. Her family was there most days I was there, and our other girls were there some days as well. One day, I happened to be there with Taylor all alone when she started to complain about the pain. I felt she should still be getting prescriptions, but she said that she had used up all of her refills. However, she told me she knew a guy. He was someone whom she had met through her college roommate. She had never called him for drugs before, though. She said that he had every kind of drug known to man, and then some. She only wanted painkillers, but she wanted his strongest. I really didn't want to get involved in that with her, but she was complaining about the pain so much that I made the call. It was the first and last time I would participate in getting illegal prescription drugs for my friend. For Taylor, however, she was heading down a road that would have very bad consequences. Taylor had a prescription drug abuse problem for a long time after that, and it all stemmed from that accident and that phone call. I never knew for a long time she had a problem, until one day I received a phone call from her while she was in jail. I could never remember her ever being in trouble growing up, so jail caught me off guard. She called me to bail her out instead of her parents because they knew about her problem and told her that when she got arrested, not if, but when she was arrested, they would not bail her out. She would be on her own. So I bailed her out, but her parents ended up setting her up with a pretty good lawyer. I was there every day for the trial and watched it play out right in front of my eyes. Taylor's lawyer was definitely on point, but in the end, too much evidence was against her. Her lawyer knew this, so they reached a plea agreement right before the jury came back with the decision. She would spend the next 18 months in jail and the next 10 years after that on probation for buying illegal prescription drugs. Not bad at all considering she was facing 10 to 20 years in prison. She did have to give up the name of her contact, and I believe he pled down to 5 to 8 years in prison. Taylor was released on good behavior after about 15 months in jail. I was there along with Taylor's parents when she was released. Taylor didn't have many friends to begin with, so when she went to jail for drugs, they certainly didn't come around. I wanted to let Taylor know that nothing changed between her and me. We had plenty of conversations over those 15 months, most of which included how she got there and how she was going to move on once she was released. She had a very good job working as an accountant before the accident. However, after the accident, she was off for so long, and then the drugs took over. I'm not sure if she could even do the accountant type work anymore. I'm pretty sure if she could, no one would hire her with a drug charge on her record. So we talked about her becoming an entrepreneur and starting her own company. Her parents gave her a loan, and I gave her some money as well. Within 6 months, she had paid her parents back. I was really impressed and asked Taylor how she had done this so quickly. That's when she told me that all the money I would send her in jail for her books, she would use to buy favors and information from the other prisoners, and sometimes even the jailers. All these favors and information led her to what would become her business on the outside, supplying jails and prisons with clothing, towels, sheets, blankets, and any other type of clothing they would need. She had made a few contacts in jail, and once she was released, she began the process of acquiring different contracts. She partnered with one of the ladies she met from jail to sew and produce all of the clothing. It was perfect because the jails wanted to do business with her. After all, she was a reformed prisoner, and what a great story that was. Once she put her mind to it, it seemed to come really easy for her. That made me believe that it was meant to be. I had been feeling really guilty about making the phone call to put this snowball into motion, but the success of her company made me feel a little bit better. Taylor had something more in store for me, though. Taylor's business had taken off, and it must have been year 3 of the business. She asked me to come have breakfast with her. I had just finished my final exam, so I had time. I said, sure, I'll be right there. Over breakfast, she began pulling out financials and showing me all the numbers that her business was doing. It was doing great, a multi-million-dollar business. But I was thinking, she knows I'm a struggling college student. Is she trying to rub my nose in it or something? It turned out that she blamed me. She blamed me for having the courage to do her own thing. She blamed me for giving her the seed money to grease those hands and pockets in jail. She blamed me for giving her part of the seed money to get it off the ground. She blamed me to the tune of $1 million. That was the amount on the check that she handed me. I didn't know what to say. She said, Destinee, because of you, I am not that cold, cynical chick that I used to be. Because of you, I am happy with who I am and what I do, and that's priceless. I didn't want to take the money because I was genuinely happy for her and didn't want to seem fake. She begged me to take it, so ultimately I accepted $100,000 in cash and the other $900,000 in stocks in the company because, as I told Taylor, I believe in her. It was roughly 25,000 shares of stock. That seemed to satisfy Taylor, and I was just so thankful for the blessing and so happy that my friend had landed on her feet. I met Gigi through the Gifted and Talented program we both were in when we were around 9 years old. We attended the same private school. She came up to me and introduced herself, Giovanna Garza, and I thought she was the prettiest girl I'd ever seen. I thought that I was cute, but she was out of sight gorgeous, and the boys thought so too. Giovanna, or Gigi as I called her, was about 5'6" tall and had long jet black hair. Everyone always said, "Oh, Giovanna, you are so smart. You need to be a doctor or a lawyer." I would always speak the truth to my Gigi. And what I loved about her was that she would always listen to me. Whatever others said to her or whatever other opinions were, she would always come to me to either confirm what others had said or to get another perspective. She generally always accepted my perspective as being right for her. Gigi was a funny girl. Not just a little funny, but bent over on the floor, laughing out loud funny. Not only does she find something funny in the strangest of everyday places, but her physical comedy is crazy. She knows she is funny, but to her, she is just being goofy, even after all of her friends are in stitches laughing. One day during our senior year, she came to me and told me that she had spoken to her counselor who thought she should go into medicine. She was told that her math and science grades were off the charts and she should have no problem getting into the medical school of her choice. She said her parents wanted her to be a lawyer. They believed that her being an excellent debater plus a straight A student meant that she would be able to pick from the top law schools in the country. Well, she wanted to know which one I thought she should pick. She knew I would be real with her. Her favorite line was, "Give it to me straight, no chaser." So she told me to give it to her straight, no chaser. I told her that I thought that she was smart enough to do either one. It was totally up to her. She said, "Okay, thanks," and began to walk away when I stopped her. I said, "Gigi, have you ever thought about what gifts God has given you?" She really had not, but she figured a smart head on her shoulders was it. She had only ever thought about law or medicine and nothing else. I said, "Gigi, what I am about to tell you may sound crazy, but take some time to think about it, research it, and come talk to me about it later." She said, "What is it, Destinee?" I told her that I believed she should go into comedy, maybe stand-up, maybe acting. I told her that I had always thought she was destined for greatness, but in a different way. Being a great doctor or a great lawyer is cool, but in my mind, she always seemed too goofy for that. I think of lawyers as stiff-necks, meaning they have to act and talk a certain way. I think of doctors as straight-up nerds, based on all the medical verbiage they must learn. I didn't see Gigi as either. I've always seen her as her own woman, someone who was a leader and walked down her own path. Gigi didn't give me a good reaction about becoming a comedian, but she did say that she would look into it. Gigi and I hung out all the time, and she was constantly cracking me up. But it had been a few weeks since we had talked about the comedian thing or hung out. I figured she just needed time to process what I had said. In the meantime, she was killing it at school. I mean, kids were telling me how funny Giovanna is, as if I didn't know. She had the entire staff in stitches, too. Ms. Wade, our principal, hadn't smiled since I'd been here, but I heard that Gigi managed to get a chuckle out of her. Gigi came to see me one day, and I told her I heard she had everyone around school busting a gut. She began telling me how she went about her business after our conversation roughly 3 weeks before. She said she did quite a bit of self-reflection, and she did come to the conclusion that she was funny. She still didn't know if that was enough to be a successful comedian, because there are plenty of out-of-work comedians, and she didn't want to be one of those. She said that she went to the library and checked out lots of books about being a comedian and got some tips on what it takes to get started as a comic. She could always fall back on medicine or law, so she decided to see if she had the stomach for it. The first thing she did was come up with some material. She told me that was actually the easiest part. The hardest part was getting in front of people. There weren't any comedy clubs in the area, so that was out. She did, however, have a built-in focus group, the school. So she decided to try out her material on everyone at the school. She said that the feedback had been tremendous, and the feeling she got from making others laugh was indescribable. In 3 weeks, she had gone from not knowing what career path to take to knowing exactly what she wanted to do with her life. I said to count that as a blessing because most of the students at our school will move into the next phase of their lives with no clue as to what they want to become. And that right there is the real tragedy. Seed planter. Nothing heals the soul like a good deed done. After our church's mission trip to Mexico, I had a revelation. All through high school, I thought I knew what I wanted to do with my life. I wanted to play basketball in college, go on to the WNBA, and play professional basketball, then coach on the college or pro levels. But after I gave up basketball and spent some time in a mental hospital, my future got very blurry. Not only had I lost my identity, but I didn't even know how to begin to build up a new one. The trip to Mexico helped me to rediscover one of my biggest passions, helping people. I thought long and hard about how exactly I could use the gifts God had given me to help people. Not only that, but there are so many different people or groups of people on this earth who need help. How do I choose who to help? In the end, I decided to use what I had learned in the mental hospital to help those I felt needed help the most. The mental hospital offered a cooking class, and before I took the class, I thought I could cook pretty well. My mom taught me well enough, I thought, to be able to cook for my man, and that's all I thought that I needed to know. Once I was in the class, I realized that there was so much more to cooking that I really didn't know. Like how adding different spices changed the flavor in the same meal, so much so that it would literally be the same ingredients but a different meal. When I finished the class, I wasn't a professional chef, but I was very good. It gave me a new perspective on food and meal preparation, a greater appreciation for all things culinary. I decided to feed the homeless and plant my seeds that way. My mom and dad thought it was the noblest of things to do. I don't know if there was a day in my life when I made them as proud. My dad told me that I had the total resources of the church at my fingertips. Whatever I needed from them, all I had to do was ask. I was 20 years old, and I wanted to bring about some real change. I didn't want to drive up to a red light and throw some change out the window as the light was turning green anymore. I wanted to set up a system where homeless people could come and get 3 meals a day with no questions asked. Somewhere that was centrally located and free, of course. I guess I'm thinking of something like a soup kitchen, only with better food. My first step was to come up with a menu, something nutritional but tasty, something that wouldn't break the bank but wouldn't be slop either. I settled on toast and cinnamon apple oatmeal for breakfast, chicken sandwiches with apples and oranges for lunch, and spaghetti with meat sauce for dinner. It was only the beginning, but I really felt that this menu was a good mix of nutrition and taste, and could stretch a long way. Considering how high the homeless population is today, having meals that could stretch a long way became increasingly more important. Next, we needed to find a location. There was an abandoned warehouse in the middle of town, and I thought would be perfect. But we could not find the owner. As it turns out, the city took it over for non-payment of taxes. My dad was pretty well known in and around town, so he reached out to the mayor about this. He explained what we intended to do and let the mayor know that this was all my idea. The mayor thought the idea was great, but that the execution of the idea would be key. I can remember him asking me, "Destinee, how are you going to get all of the homeless people of this city into the middle of town every day for breakfast, lunch, and dinner?" "Mayor, that's the $1,000,000 question," I answered. We decided we wouldn't serve every day, but every other day. We just didn't know how long the food would last. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and lunch only on Sunday, after church, around 3 p.m. After seeing how big I wanted to take it, my dad urged his congregation to get involved. Soon we had enough volunteers that my vision of people working in 4-hour shifts was realized. I taught a cooking class to all of the volunteers, showing how I wanted each meal prepared. I didn't want any thrown together mess. Though we were feeding the bottom of society, people who would have accepted anything from us so long as it coated their aching bellies, I let it be known that we would respect the process. We would treat the homeless just as we would patrons who came to a 5-star restaurant and paid for a $50 meal. If we intended to make a difference, this is how we would do it. I was very passionate about this and very particular about my meal preparation. I needed the volunteers to feel the same way. After about a week's worth of training, I felt good about the volunteers' commitment to giving the homeless quality food and extraordinary service. You see, my dad worked out a deal with the city where he would pay the back taxes on the building. Since the church was a non-profit organization with a clear goal for the building in mind, the city gave the warehouse to the church for free, and the church would be absolved from paying taxes moving forward, as long as the building continued to be used in a non-profit capacity. The warehouse would become a restaurant for the homeless. They would have waiters and waitresses, booth seating, and a hot meal. There would be a check at the end of each meal, but it would not have an amount on it. Instead, there would be the church's address inviting the patrons to come worship at my dad's church. Underneath that, the check would also read, "Paid in full by the blood of Jesus," or "Jesus paid it all," or "God serves those who serve him." Some form of acknowledgement that Jesus or God has already paid for the meal, or most importantly, the experience. What I understand most about the homeless or the downtrodden from my experiences in Mexico and abroad is that they don't want to be considered second-class citizens. If they were only given the respect that first-class citizens are given, a lot of them could and would change their situations. Respect is more than money. It's more than a hot meal. It's how you treat them as you give them that change in the bottom of the cup holder of your vehicle. It's how you treat them as you fix them that hot meal. Did you look them in the eyes? Did you smile at them? Give them encouraging words. The homeless want people to know that they are people too. The restaurant would be called Wayward House, and it would be jointly financed by the city and my dad's church. The city's commitment would consist of remodeling the entire warehouse until it was a beautifully full, functioning restaurant. My dad's church would supply the volunteers, buy the necessary ingredients to supply the meals, pay for or provide all necessary training, and, the most important thing, spread the word about the restaurant through the homeless community. My job was to spread the word about the restaurant throughout the streets so that we would have less loitering from the homeless and, in turn, have more respect for their situation so that we could all work together to decrease the homeless population while at the same time increasing our awareness. It seemed easy enough. I figured once a few homeless people experienced what we had to offer, word of mouth would make this a hit right off the bat. After about a week, we continued to see the same 15 to 20 homeless faces. We knew there were hundreds more homeless people in our city. Why were they not getting the message? After talking with some of the homeless people who came regularly, I realized that they were not spreading the word. They kept the restaurant to themselves because they feared that if they told anyone else, we might run out of food, and they would not get any. At that moment, it occurred to me that not only would I have to change my staff's perception of the homeless, but I had to change the homeless's perception of the homeless as well. And that would prove far more challenging. I began by peppering the city with flyers of the restaurant, its address, and the times that each meal would be served. I then had the church buy me an old used van, and I put the same information on the van. I drove the van around to all the spots where there was a big homeless population or presence. I stopped, talked to them, and let them know what was going on. The biggest problem I got from the homeless was that they didn't want to lose their spot by leaving it for a few hours. I found out that the homeless are very territorial. When you don't have a home to go to and you find an area around town that is semi-good to you, you don't want to give it up, not even for a hot meal. I was told by one homeless man that you guys are just going to give us slop anyway. A homeless woman stated that she could eat better on the streets with change from strangers than with what the soup kitchens of the world handed out. I was very taken aback because I thought selling this idea would be a lot easier. The homeless really are just like everyone else. They are pessimistic like most people. They have preconceived ideas just like everyone else. They hate on other homeless people just like everyone else. And some of them are plain rude, just like most people they come across. I don't know why we treat homeless people any differently because they are just like us. I talked to my dad about some of the complaints the homeless were making. He was surprised by some of the comments as well, but thought that a lot of what they were saying was valid. He explained to me that the homeless perspective is different from someone who goes to a nice, comfortable, warm home each night. Most of them live like animals, so they are going to have that animalistic view of the world where they have to fight for everything that they get. It's hard for them to believe that anyone would give them anything more than slop or set up something as wonderful as Wayward House. He said that once we see things from their point of view, it becomes easier to find solutions. My dad knew a few former homeless people in his congregation, and from his talks with them throughout the years, his respect for the homeless person's plight has grown. After reminding me that this is what I signed up for, he asked me if I had any solutions. I told my dad that I had identified the top 5 areas in the city where the homeless congregated. I needed 3 buses to transport these men and women back and forth to the restaurant, at least for a little while, until they felt comfortable with what we were doing for them to make the trek all on their own. My dad agreed, and within a week, I had 3 used Greyhound buses. He also had 3 paid drivers whose only job was to pick up homeless people from these 5 locations and drop them back off at these 5 locations once they were finished with their meals. My dad told me months later that the 3 drivers of the buses were former homeless people themselves who had commercial driver's licenses before becoming homeless and had volunteered for this ministry. Without them stepping up, we may not have been able to have drivers for the buses to pick up the homeless. I made sure to thank the 3 of them personally. After talking to what seemed like 100 homeless people, they finally agreed to get on the buses and go to the restaurant and check us out. I will never forget that first day the buses arrived. We had staff waiting at the front door. These guys were greeted with a handshake and a smile. As they were being ushered to their seats, you could see in their faces that they knew this was no ordinary soup kitchen. When the meals were finished and the checks were handed out, the looks on their faces were priceless. When the checks read, balance 0, paid for by the blood of Jesus Christ. Throughout that day, many people told us that they would commit to Christ right then and there. We were told by a countless number of people they would be at church on Sunday. We just nodded and said, God bless you. My dad and the mayor were there looking in amazement at how my vision had come true, but also telling me how I will really see the fruits of my labor in the years to come. Boy, were they right. The lines grew longer and longer. That was a good sign. It meant that the word was getting out about Wayward House, and the homeless population was less apprehensive and more receptive to receiving help. The lines were probably at their longest after about 2 years. After that, they started to slowly decrease until they stabilized about 2 years after that. I didn't understand it. I thought we were going backwards. My dad explained it to me. He said that the shorter lines were not a bad thing, but a good thing. The shorter lines meant that there were fewer homeless people on the streets. The seeds that I planted 4 years prior were starting to bear fruit. He said, "Don't you see all the new faces in church? A lot of them are former homeless people. People we served right there at Wayward House. Because of Wayward House, because of the church, and especially because of you, Destinee, these people got up the courage to change their situation. Most of them chose our church to worship at, but there are quite a few former homeless out there worshiping at other churches that you had a direct hand in helping as well." Well, I was crying at this point. The fact that little Destinee Fontaine could impact people in such a way was overwhelming. It began in Mexico with me wanting to effect enormous change in this world. I move into the next phase of my life having put into motion something that will leave a legacy that I could never have imagined. All these years later, the Wayward House is still serving the underserved in our community and giving them the confidence to change their situation. As my dad always says, isn't God good? Cats and dogs. If it walks like a dog and talks like a dog, it's probably a dog. Ever wonder why cats and dogs are natural enemies? The obvious answer is that they are direct opposites as far as pets go. Cats stay in the house, dogs stay outside. Cats are smaller and weaker, dogs are bigger and stronger. Cats purr, dogs bark. To me, there seems to be a much deeper reason. The relationships between cats and dogs reminds me of the relationships between men and women. Women are supposed to be the smaller, weaker sex or cat, while men are the bigger, stronger dog. Women are supposed to keep a clean house and take care of the inside, while men roam the neighborhood freely, marking their territories. Instead of lifting their legs, they use lawnmowers, weed eaters, and leaf blowers. I've always had a love for dogs, until that love nearly destroyed me. Destinee, wake up. You're gonna be okay. You're gonna make it. That's the voice I heard as I was losing my third child. 2 miscarriages in 3 years after aborting my first child because I thought I was too young. Where's Jimmy? I remembered saying. Jimmy was my 2 miscarriage and 1 abortion baby daddy, and the dog that I still loved. Only this day, like too many others before it, he wasn't there for me. Jimmy was about 6 feet tall and weighed about 200 pounds. He was very muscular because he had played college football. His hair was full of waves because he always wore this black wave cap, and he had dimples on each side of his cheek. He and I were together for 3 years before I realized I deserved better. I fell in love with his dimples. They were the deepest dimples that I had ever seen, and they could send chills through my body quicker than any winter day. When we first met, he was the sweetest person ever. He would always comment on how pretty my toes were. Although they weren't always cute, he would still compliment them in some way. So I began making weekly pedicure appointments. If Jimmy thought so much of my toes, I wanted to make sure I kept them looking good. It was at this point that I realized how powerful a person's words could be. Words can cause a person to become president of the United States. Words can also cause a person to become a fraction of what their full potential is. I was young, and Jimmy was determined to mold me into his idea of the perfect woman. Someone who would lie down when he wanted her to, someone who wouldn't ask questions or talk back when he cursed her out for something that he did wrong. I was very naive. I just didn't get it. Until one day it hit me. Literally. The first 6 months that Jimmy and I were together, we didn't argue. Ever. No raised voices, no nothing. I really did think I was in heaven. It was my first serious relationship, and I didn't know what to expect. My other friends always complained about how their men tried to change them. And here I had a man who was so sensitive and attentive towards me. I was the envy of all my girlfriends. I can still hear them now. You so lucky, girl. That Jimmy a good man, girl. You better hold on to him, girl. It's been about 4 years since Jimmy and I broke up, and I still crave those feelings, those feelings of having all my girlfriends envy me, those feelings of knowing I one up my girls. All these years later, my girlfriends have moved onward and upward, and I still crave those feelings. I truly believe that Jimmy broke me. Jimmy and I had our first argument because I wouldn't have sex with him. I just had the abortion and was supposed to wait 4 days before having sex again. Well, it was 3 days, 2 hours, and by Jimmy's count, 10 minutes, and he couldn't wait any longer. It'll be okay, baby. It's only a few hours away, Jimmy said, trying his best to pry my legs apart. I just couldn't do it, not even 1 hour sooner than I was supposed to. That's just the perfectionist in me. I needed everything to be done by the book, right down to the very last detail. Well, Jimmy jumped up. Mumble, mumble, damn bitch. Mumble, mumble, damn hoe. I looked at Jimmy. What did you say to me? You just like all the other hoes, thinking you can control me with what's between your legs. Well, you can't control me. I ain't the one. I said, Jimmy, you're being ridiculous. You know what the doctor said. Oh, I forgot. You weren't there. Jimmy said, you know I don't like clinics. They creep me out. Besides, a few minutes won't hurt nothing. You just trying to control a brother, that's all. A few minutes? It's almost a full day too soon. I found myself screaming at the top of my lungs at this simple-minded brother. Jimmy said, if you love me, you do it. What? You know I love you, but I still don't feel right down there. Girl, that's all in your mind. It's been long enough. Then Jimmy said something that changed my life forever. Damn, Destinee, be a woman for once in your life. I don't know why, but that hurt me more than the bitches and hoes ever did. After he said that to me, I gave in. I just let him have his way, and I can never take it back. We had sex that night, and the next night, and the next. Other than a little discomfort, I felt okay. At the time, I thought it was a good decision. I mean, I had my man back. We weren't arguing and sex every night. I actually felt like a woman. There's one thing I can honestly say about Jimmy now that I didn't want to see back then. Jimmy sure loved the ladies. I used to rationalize it by saying that he was just a nice guy. You see, all women are attracted to nice guys. However, he was my man, and I just wished he would act like it. Growing up, Mama always used to tell me to be careful what you wish for. Jimmy told me that he was going to the store one afternoon. He came back at 2:30 in the morning. His excuse was that he saw one of his boys there, so they went to hang out, and he just lost track of time. I was just happy that he was okay, so I believed him. Jimmy would do things like that more and more frequently. I was always worried about him. I even got an ulcer from worrying about that man so much. The more the excuses came, the less my girls envied me. The more I went to social functions by myself, the less special Jimmy and I became in my girlfriend's eyes. My girls would say things like, "Where's Jimmy?" Or, "I just saw Jimmy on the south side. Did you know he was there?" Although none of them had said it, I knew their envy had turned to sympathy. They knew I was being played. Hell, I knew I was being played. But I was blinded by this smooth-talking brother and my love for him. I remember seeing him at her house. After all the excuses, I decided to listen to my gut, so I followed him. It was about midnight, and he told me that he was meeting his partners at the pool hall. I so wanted to believe him. I was going to give him the benefit of the doubt, too. But her house didn't look like no pool hall. It was a blue house with white trim, and there was a red minivan in the yard. I must have been out there for a couple of hours before I finally looked through the window. And I'll be damned. There was my man, all hugged up with the white girl. She wasn't just white. She was pale looking and pudgy. She looked like a little doughy. She looked a little doughy, like how you make white bread. So from that point on, I always referred to her as white bread. There was a little mixed baby crawling around on the floor, too. I'm like, what the hell? I let out a little laugh, mainly because this is the last thing that I expected to see. This ninja has another family on the side. I started to think back on all the excuses, questioning myself. How does he find the time? He's always with me. Then I got angry. Not at Jimmy, but at this white bread chick. How dare she try and steal my man? I resisted the urge to go and knock on her door. I thought to myself, I'll catch her alone, and then it's on. As I backed away from the window, I could hear Jimmy in his fatherly voice. How's Daddy's little boy? At that moment, I felt nauseous. I began throwing up. I ran back to my car and drove home. I still felt sick the next morning, so I called one of my girls to come and take me to the doctor. I didn't know what to expect, but after a few tests, the doctor came back with some news. I was pregnant. I was going to have Jimmy's baby. The worst night of my life has somehow turned into the best. I didn't realize how much I wanted Jimmy's baby until I was actually pregnant again. Somehow, word had gotten to Jimmy that I was in the hospital because he came up there. He acted all worried about me. I still couldn't get white bread out of my head. All this was a lot to deal with in one night. I had all these thoughts in my head that I wanted to tell Jimmy. How dare you cheat on me? How could you have a baby by someone else and still claim that you love me? What am I not giving you that you need to go somewhere else and find? I wanted to tell him I knew about everything and that white bread wasn't cute. All these things danced around in my mind. Yet, when he walked into my room, I never said a word. I let him make it. His touch, his smell brought everything that I loved about him back. I figured that if I had Jimmy's baby, that would keep him around. Surely he'd choose me over her, right? I told Jimmy the news about the baby, and he was really excited. I was happy to see him so happy. It almost made me forget about his other family. Almost. After the abortion, Jimmy was real worried about whether I was going to have this baby or not. I assured him that I would. A few weeks passed and we were enjoying each other and the pregnancy. We were deciding on baby names. I would pick the name if it was a boy and he would pick the name if it was a girl. We wanted to switch it up a bit. Of course, Jimmy wanted a boy. He was with me so much that I really thought that I had won. I figured he couldn't possibly be kicking it with white bread anymore when he was with me every minute that he wasn't at work. So while there was another child involved, I really only cared about me and mine. Jimmy and I settled on a couple of biblical names. Genesis if it was a girl, and Isaiah if it was a boy. I really loved the way our relationship seemed to grow with this change. I hadn't thought about white bread in weeks, and Jimmy had returned to his sensitive, attentive self. But the more things changed, the more they stayed the same. One weekend, around my 11th or 12th week of pregnancy, Jimmy was a no-show for dinner plans we had made. Now, up until that point, he had really been by my side during the whole pregnancy. But when he didn't show and didn't call, you can guess where my mind went. White bread. I just knew Jimmy was with her. I got so mad, I just started crying. I couldn't help it. People began to stare at me, but I continued to cry. Looking back on our relationship, I know now that that day changed everything for me and for Jimmy. I found myself crying so uncontrollably that people started to come over to me and ask me if I was all right. I did nothing but nod and cry, nod and cry. Finally, someone who recognized I was in no position to drive home called me a cab. I stayed at that restaurant for 4 hours waiting on Jimmy, the last two crying. On the way home, I was thinking of all the things I would tell him. I was going to bust his ass about white bread. I was going to kick him out of my life. I was going to leave him this time for sure. This baby I was carrying, I was going to raise by myself. I didn't need Jimmy. I just wanted him. I drifted to sleep on the cab ride home. When I woke up, I was in the hospital. Tubes were coming out of my arms and nose. I didn't know what was happening. I looked over and the cab driver was there. I thought maybe we had been in a wreck and this was heaven. But when my mouth felt dry and my body ached, I started thinking maybe this was hell. The cab driver explained to me how when he pulled up to my house, I was non-responsive. How when he got out and opened the back door to check on me, I was sitting in blood. He said that I was breathing, but I wouldn't wake up. So he rushed me here. One glance at the clock on the wall, and I quickly figured out that I had been away from the restaurant for roughly 5 hours. I could be dead if I had tried to drive home myself. Plus, the quick reactions of this thoughtful cab driver probably saved my life. But why am I here? What happened to make me fall unconscious in that cab in the first place? The doctors don't know, but they did tell me that whatever it was had caused me to lose the baby. I was heartbroken. All the plans that Jimmy and I had made, and now nothing. I was told that something caused my uterus to not be able to hold the baby any longer. They gave me a bunch of reasons. Possibly the ulcer or stress. They said sometimes these things just happen. I knew better. My body never felt as if it got back right after the abortion. I had always felt that Jimmy and I had sex too soon after the abortion, and now it had come back to bite us in the butt. I didn't think that I would ever be normal again. That was the first time I actually thought that Jimmy and I weren't meant to be together. Maybe God was trying to tell me something. At this point, my girls began comparing Jimmy to all of their men. I finally agreed with them. Jimmy was no good, so I had to listen to a higher power on this one. It was time to kick Jimmy to the curb. The morning came. When I woke up, my girls were still by my side. When I can't count on anyone, I can count on my girls. At this point, I knew that I would be all right without Jimmy because I had my girls. My girls took me home and kept me company for most of the day. I just rested. We cried a little because there would be no baby, but we just laughed mainly. Jimmy never showed up or called. In my mind, we were through. About 5 minutes after my girls left, Jimmy knocked on my door. It turns out that he had been out there waiting for my girls to leave before he came in. Apparently, he thought a house full of women would gang up on a brother. You think? I didn't want to throw his things in the street just yet. I wanted to hear his excuse for last night first. He left me hanging. I wanted to know why and if he was sorry. That's one of our biggest problems as women. We always give men an out, a chance to explain. We give them the opportunity to lie to us. And some men can lie good, real good. Jimmy started by telling me that he was sorry. He knew he should have called, but he was helping out a friend. I was thinking, I bet you were, and I know all about it. But this excuse was unlike all the other excuses in that he wasn't the calm, cool, and collected Jimmy. His voice was cracking, and he was sweating. I didn't know this Jimmy. This Jimmy was nothing like the cool, under pressure brother I was used to. This guy was vulnerable, almost sad. He began by telling me the story about him being on his way to the restaurant. As he was walking out the door, he got a call from one of his partners. Well, his partner was about to jump off the building where they had both worked. He was trying to say his last goodbyes. I was like, Jimmy, I don't know who you think I am, but my name ain't Boo Boo the Fool. He was like, please, just listen, with his lips all quivering and shit. So I listened. It turns out that his partner had recently purchased a home, a very expensive home. They were having cutbacks at his job, so he was laid off. He and his fiancée had lived in the house together, and they were sharing all of the bills. When he lost his job, she stayed all of 2 minutes. She left him before he could get his first unemployment check. He couldn't make the payments on his house, so he lost it. He had to move in with his parents. Apparently, when a man loses his job, his house, and his woman all in the same month, it's enough to make him want to commit suicide. How convenient for Jimmy that on the night that he and I had plans, his best friend would try to commit suicide. Jimmy was saying things like, there was a crowd of people there and news cameras were there. He said he was lifted up to the top of the building by a crane on a fire truck. He wanted me to believe he had to stay on that building all night to console his friend. I wasn't buying it. Jimmy, we're through. This is the last strike. You are no good. When I told Jimmy that, I felt better than I'd felt in a long time. I was proud of myself. Jimmy's face dropped. It was as if he expected me to believe him. After all the lies I had believed before the night, he expected me to believe this, almost as if he was actually telling the truth. I said, Jimmy, you are a liar. I want you gone. And he left. I didn't even get to tell him about the baby. As I was getting ready for bed, I flipped on the TV. Right there on the 10 o'clock news was Jimmy, helping his friend down from the building where they worked. The bottom of the screen read, local man Jimmy Bryce saves friend's life. That was the end of Jimmy and me. I mean, as far as a meaningful relationship goes, it was over. I might have been wrong about that night, but I was right about Jimmy. He was no good. So why did I love him so? I never apologized for not believing him that night, and he never asked me to. I didn't talk to him for a week after that. I finally talked to him when he called to see if I had been to my 3-month checkup. I had to tell him about the baby. Now that was one of the toughest things I have ever had to do in my life. He had a lot of questions that I couldn't answer. I could tell he was distraught. He tried to hide it, but I could feel it in my bones, and I missed him. So I invited him over that night to talk. When he got there, he told me he missed me. I told him I missed him too. Then we made love. This would be our new thing. I didn't want a dog for a man, but the sex was great. I figured we'd be sex buddies. Hell, everybody else does it. Why not Destinee? Jimmy would come by every weekend or so, and we wouldn't even have that much to say to each other. We knew what each other wanted. The booty. He wanted mine, and I wanted his. This arrangement seemed to work. It went on for about a year, until one weekend I received a surprise visitor. I called Jimmy to come through, and he had to make a pit stop. Well, while Jimmy was running late, his white bread paid me a little visit. Apparently, she had been following Jimmy to my house for the last couple of months. This homewrecker had the nerve to tell me to stay away from Jimmy. I'm like, chick, you broke us up. Then she started bringing her little son in it, like just 'cause she had Jimmy's baby, she not wrong. I said, I'm glad you stopped by, because I've been meaning to pay you a visit anyway. She didn't know that I knew about them, but she was about to find out the hard way. I said, hold up, let me take my earrings off. Right when I placed my earrings on the table, Jimmy walked in. He said, Precious, what are you doing? I said, I'm about to stomp your tramp. The look they both gave me let me know that I wasn't precious. He ran to her like she was Miss America or somebody. He said, let's get you and the baby out of here. Now, as she didn't have a baby with her, I assumed he meant that she was pregnant. I'm like, what did you just say? Oh, hell no. I ran over to her and snatched her back in by her hair. You dirty whore. I threw her down on the floor. As I was aiming to kick the hell out of white bread and the baby that should be mine, Jimmy yelled at me. Ho, don't do it. It was very telling that he would use precious when calling her and ho when calling me, as if I was the one who cheated. I kicked the hell out of Jimmy's white bread, and I've regretted it ever since. Jimmy jumped on me and beat me unconscious that night. I woke up in an ambulance with people over me telling me that I was gonna make it. It wasn't until later that I realized that Jimmy was the one who called the ambulance, and if he hadn't, I would have died. I also didn't know that I was pregnant until doctors told me I had lost the baby. I chose not to reveal who did this to me to the authorities, and I did not press charges. I never saw Jimmy again, but I felt him many times. How can you still have feelings for someone that almost killed you? And how can you despise someone who saved your life? This is the relationship that Jimmy and I had. I loved him with one half my heart and hated him with the other. Yeah, I'd say the relationship that Jimmy and I had is parallel to that of a cat and a dog. There was a lot of barking and a lot of humping, a lot of hissing and a lot of scratching. At the end of the day, a dog's going to be a dog, and a cat still needs love. Road trip. If you want to find out about yourself or others, for better or worse, take a road trip. It was the summer before Tawana and I started college. Tawana was back from the Marines, and I had just broken up with my boyfriend and was home waiting for this next chapter of my life to begin. Taylor was busy getting her company off the ground while Giovanna was away on the comedy club circuit, and Courtney was working for this major TV production company. Someone came up with the idea of a girls' trip. We thought about flying somewhere, but in the end we settled on a road trip because we thought that would be more fun. Taylor and Giovanna thought that they might be able to make it, but neither one was able to get out of the commitments they had made. Courtney's mom became sick, so she had to go see about her. Tawana and I would be the only ones on this road trip, which kind of sucked, but not really. You see, I wanted it to be a bonding trip, and I would have liked for all of my girls to join me on this trip. I wanted to see each of them grow as close to each other as they all were to me. Alas, it didn't happen. But I had my bulldog with me, and I didn't know it then, but she was exactly who I needed by my side on this trip. Tawana and I decided to take a road trip through different cities each one of us had always wanted to see but never had. I had been to many places during my time as a model, and there weren't many places that I could think of that I had not been. So I let Tawana choose the major cities we would visit on this trip. Since I had experience traveling, I chose the historical landmarks we would visit. Some coincided with the city we would visit, but others did not. Some cities Tawana wanted to visit were Los Angeles, New York, Miami, San Francisco, San Antonio, Washington, D.C., and Philadelphia. A few historical landmarks I thought our trip would not be complete without seeing included the Alamo, the White House, the Washington Monument, the Liberty Bell, the Grand Canyon, and Mount Rushmore. Tawana started out driving because she just likes to drive. I usually drive whenever I can, simply because I don't trust anyone else. I'd rather put someone else's life in my hands than my life in someone else's hands. That's just how controlling I am. Seeing how we both would have to drive on this road trip, I didn't mind letting her drive first. First stop, New Orleans, Louisiana, home to some of the best foods you will ever taste in your life. We went there to check out Bourbon Street and the nightlife there to see what the fuss was all about. It was there that the streets of New Orleans would teach me a huge lesson and cause me to permanently distrust someone who's supposed to be very trustworthy. Tawana and I went to a party we found out about by asking random people we met about what's happening that night. There was a party at a hotel that was supposed to be fly. It was a white party where everyone there dressed in their best all-white attire. I have to admit, the ambiance was nice. It was in the hotel ballroom, and there was an outside aspect of it as well, in the pool area. That's where Tawana and I spent most of our time. We saw a few celebrities there, which was cool. The drinks were free, so Tawana and I drank our share, and your share, and his share, and her share. Because I didn't usually drink, I couldn't hold my liquor too well at that point. However, free meant that I could have as much as I wanted with no consequences, and I was definitely going to push that theory to the limit. Tawana pushed even harder than I did. That party taught me that just because something is free doesn't mean that it won't cost you. After the party, we decided to drive around to see what we could get into. As it turned out, when you're drunk, driving while drunk, and in an unfamiliar place, there is not much to do. We must have been driving like 8 miles an hour for what seemed like hours. Tawana had relinquished the driving duties to me because she was, quote unquote, more drunk than I was. But as I told her, quote unquote, not by much. After not finding anything to get into, I decided to pull over into a gas station parking lot so we could get some sleep. We did not want to pay for a hotel just to sleep for a couple of hours. After what seemed like 10 minutes, there was a knock on the driver's side window. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw the blue and red lights flashing behind us. "Tawana, wake up," I exclaimed. Tawana opened her eyes. Then I let down my window. "Officer, is there a problem?" in my whitest of white girl voices. My partner and I have been across the street watching, and you ladies have been here for quite some time. Are you okay? I told the officer we were traveling through town and decided to stop to get some rest. I could tell by his facial expression that he didn't believe me. He looked us up and down, flashing that damn flashlight all through the car and in our faces. I could tell he noticed how dressed up we were. Plus, Tawana was sweating something terrible. She was awake, but she looked like she had way too many drinks. The cop said, "What's wrong with your friend? She drunk?" I said, "No, sir, officer. Just tired." He said, "Do you know that it's illegal to drink and drive?" I said, "Of course, but I have not been drinking and I am not driving." Right at that moment, I barfed out the window. It got all over the officer's shoes and barely missed his pants. "I'm sorry," I said. The officer's face went from pale to beet red. His nice tone changed dramatically as well. He pulled his gun, pointed it at me, and then said, "Just as I thought." I turned my head and I could see his partner behind us with his gun drawn as well. His partner is not only laughing, but he is black. The cop orders me out of the vehicle. I was so afraid I never took my eyes off the barrel of that gun. I was wondering if I would be the next unarmed black person killed at the hands of a white cop. The officer places me in handcuffs and puts me in the back of his police car. I am steadily pleading my case, hoping that something registers with one of these good old boys. As I was being put into the squad car by the white officer, I look at the black officer, and before I can open my mouth, he says, "Tell it to the judge." The white cop walks back towards our car. He is on the driver's side talking through the window to Tawana. I'm thinking she is going to get arrested too. They talk about 5 minutes, and it looks to get pretty intense before the officer returns to the squad car, pulls me out, and uncuffs me. I am shocked, so I don't say a word. I look at the black cop, and he is just as shocked as I am. The officer orders Tawana to drive and me to get into the passenger seat. As the white officer walks back to his squad car, I hear the black cop say, "Man, what was that?" The white cop says, "Drop it." Then they get into their car and drive away. We get into our car, and as I sit there trying to catch my breath, thinking about what had just happened, I asked Tawana about the conversation she had with the white officer. Tawana tells me that the cop asked her if she is able to drive because I am going to jail. He says that I was lying about not drinking and my black ass was going to sit in a cell and think about it. Tawana told him she heard that New Orleans police officers are all racist and corrupt and asked him if that was true. She said that if she hadn't been drunk, she never would have said that, but she is glad she did, because at that point, the officer showed his true colors. The cop admitted he was racist, and not only that, but half the police force in New Orleans was racist. He said that they forced his black partner on him, and if he had his way, all black people would be in jail. The officer told her that the cops in New Orleans may be corrupt, but they are also rich from seizing all that drug money from my black people. Tawana says at that moment she asked the officer if he had ever been on TV. He looked at her confused. Then she pulled out her cell phone. It turns out that she had been recording the entire ordeal right when I barfed out the window. She had everything recorded, and she made him watch. Now, Tawana was unsure of how the cop would react to the video, He could have easily snatched the phone and put Tawana in jail as well. So she put herself in a tough position. The cop did something that Tawana totally did not expect. He said that there was a lot of heat on the department right now, and if this video ever got out, he would lose his job, and a lot of other fine men, including black cops, would lose their jobs as well. So he asked Tawana what she wanted. Tawana said that she wanted him to release me, to leave us alone, and to go to hell. He did the first two things she asked for, and we figured God would handle the third. It was interesting that he would put black cops in the same sentence as the words fine men when describing his fellow officers, with him being racist and all. I was never friendly with cops before that ordeal, but after it, I didn't like cops at all. I knew that New Orleans was known for having shady cops, but those two cops shaped my viewpoint of all police officers everywhere. It's not right, and I definitely believe that there are good cops out there, but we live in a world where experiences matter more than what you see or hear. My experiences with racist cops gave me an eye for them that all the good cops you see on TV could not overcome. Tawana was there for me in the 11th hour once again. If not for her, I would have been in a New Orleans jail for no telling how long. The girl had so much to drink, I don't know how she was able to snap out of her drunken stupor and know to record that racist pig. Then she had the courage to tell him that she recorded him. I've thought about that incident over the years, and I can only think of one word to describe it: blessed. We were so blessed that I was driving and not Tawana. I would not have had the forethought to record the cop. We were blessed I had brought Tawana on this trip and not one of my other girls, because I don't think any one of them would have had the courage to call the cop out and show him the video knowing they could be arrested. No one but Tawana. No one but my bulldog. Tawana and I both were blessed that the cop started spewing his racist attitudes and views upon two total strangers, because that just does not happen. We were also blessed to both not be sitting in a New Orleans jail because some rogue cop felt backed into a corner. Yep, I'd say blessed just about sums it up. Fish out of water, not from being comfortable, but from being uncomfortable, can a person truly grow. Finally, college is here. It's been a long process for me. I have done quite a bit of living and growing in these 8 years since I left high school. I know it's all been for the better, but for some reason, I'm still nervous. I am a 26-year-old freshman who has not studied math, English, or history in a very long time. I haven't lived by myself ever. That's the biggest change, I think, and the one that I am looking forward to the most. Growing up in a household as strict as mine, I can only imagine how sweet freedom will taste, how liberating no curfews will be. I look forward to the challenge of monitoring myself, disciplining myself, and making sure I leave here with that degree. In my first semester of college, I took all basic courses. I also took the minimum number of hours I could take that would still allow me to be a full-time student. I had to do that for financial aid's sake, but also because I didn't want to overextend myself. I didn't know what to expect, so I was very hesitant to jump out into the deep end of the pool thinking it's shallow, only for my feet to not be able to touch the bottom. So I took the minimum 12 hours, which were 4 classes: college algebra, English literature, U.S. history, and physics. They were all freshman level courses, and they were all needed to graduate. Each of my classes had over 100 students, and the U.S. history class had roughly 500 students. I didn't realize that many students could take one class at the same time. My history professor looked to be about 80 years old. He walked slowly and talked even slower. He gave us 3 grades: a midterm, a final, and an attendance grade. And they were all weighted the same. So we had to be there. He did this, I'm sure, because he knew how boring he was. And if he didn't hold us accountable, very few of the 500 or so students on his roster would show up, other than to take the midterm and final. It was an 8 o'clock class, which made it even worse. Now, I was new to this college thing, so I'm up at 7 a.m. I'm in the shower for about 30 minutes, making sure I'm clean. My makeup is on, and my perfume is killing it. I'm walking across campus at 7:55 in the morning because I know I am hot stuff, and can't nobody tell me nothing. I get to class, and everyone has on either sweatpants or their pajamas. None of the other girls have done anything to their hair past washing it. The faces I see barely look alive. Although I know I look good, I'm uncomfortable. Once again, I feel like an outsider. This went on for about a week. At the beginning of week 2, my hair was tied back. I had my flip-flops on, although my toes were looking fierce. And I found the most comfortable pair of sweats that I could find. They were gray with the letters SEXY across the butt. I must have gotten hit on by 5 guys that second week. I could not see how. Thinking back, it must have been my confidence. The first week, I was looking like a star, but I was not exuding confidence because I was different. During the second week, when I dressed down, I fit in more because everyone was dressed down. My confidence skyrocketed, and all the boys noticed. I must admit, going through that first semester of college as a 26-year-old freshman was surreal. No matter what I did or where I went, I always felt out of place. The classes, the procedures, it was all new, and I struggled. The 17 and 18-year-old freshmen were experiencing college for the first time as well, but they seemed to know what to do, where to be, and they generally handled it much better than I did. It was as if someone told them what to expect. Having Tawana here to go through the process with certainly helped. She was a take charge sort of person, so whatever we didn't know, she went and found out really quickly for us. My financial aid was slow to come in, to the point where I thought I might have my classes dropped for non-payment. I received 2 letters sent to my school post office box and 2 emails sent to my school email address. My head was spinning so much so that I never bothered to check either one. Because of that, I was dangerously close to being kicked out of school. Meeting new people had never been an issue for me. Most people seemed to be drawn to my personality. I was very outgoing and not shy at all. So my first days and weeks on a college campus were very strange because I was not meeting many new people. I was with Tawana every day, but I assumed that college relationships would build naturally. Maybe I expected too much because halfway through the semester, I had not met anyone new. Tawana was my ace, and I loved hanging out with her, but my personality yearned for other relationships as well, especially with boys, or should I say, men. It was a Wednesday. I remember because we had only 2 exams in our U.S. history class, and both of them were on a Wednesday. He walked up to me and asked me if he could sit next to me during our midterm. I glanced up, and he was cute, so I said yes. If he was ugly, I may have still said yes, just to be nice, but being cute never hurt anyone. I didn't look at him anymore for the entire exam. I had studied really hard and was determined to ace this test. Once we finished the midterm, we were allowed to leave. There were no bells ending class. So I got up to turn in my exam. Then he got up to turn in his exam. I gathered my things. Then he gathered his things. It really seemed like a coincidence until he handed me a slip of paper as we walked out of class. He kept walking as I looked down at the piece of paper. It had a name on it, a number on it, and the words, "Call me." I looked back up, and he was gone. His name was Chris Clack, and his number was one that I memorized almost immediately. It looked like a bill collector's number, so it just stuck in my head. I was so into my midterm and focused on getting an A that I really didn't remember how he looked. I thought he was cute, but I wasn't sure how cute. I told myself that I wouldn't call him right away. I would wait until that night. Plus, I had another midterm to prepare for and then take later that day. After taking another midterm and feeling as if I aced it, I was feeling myself the rest of that day. At dinner that night, Tawana and I were in the cafeteria. There was this guy sitting across the cafeteria by himself, and he seemed to be staring in our direction. Tawana thought he was checking me out, and I thought he was checking her out. I dared her to go ask him which one of us he was checking out. Tawana is down for whatever, so she took me up on the dare. As she walked away, I remembered the guy that gave me his number that morning. I knew his number by heart, but had forgotten his name. I turned back towards Tawana and dialed his number, expecting to have to explain who I was. He answered his phone. "Hey, you." I said, "This is Destinee from history class." He said, "I know. This is Chris. I was hoping you would call." I smiled and turned back around. Standing in front of me were Tawana and the guy staring at us, Chris. Tawana said, "I told you he was checking you out." Then she left us alone. He sat down and we had a very deep conversation that night. I realized that he wasn't just some frat boy trying to get the panties, and he realized that I was much more mature than the other freshman girls that he had tried to hold a conversation with. We began a relationship that night that still exists to this day. Chris was that guy every girl needs. At times he was my protector, other times my confidant, but at all times he was my friend. For the rest of the semester, the times that I was not with Tawana studying or shopping, I was with Chris. We were getting to know each other, not sure if either of us wanted to take it there, and by there I mean the bedroom. He was 19, plus he had a girl back home. I was 26 and unsure if I wanted to be in that type of relationship so soon after Jimmy, because I still yearned for him. As the semester came to a close, we had grown pretty close, and studying together for the final exam only allowed us to grow closer. I can remember it so clearly. About midnight, I was leaving his dorm, heading back to mine. I was outside the door and very innocently turned and gave him a kiss on the lips and said goodbye. That was the first time that we had kissed, but the feeling that it gave me let me know that it wouldn't be our last. I spent the entire Christmas break thinking about that kiss. That's the effect it had on me. We never did call each other or talk on the phone over the break. All I had to hold on to was that kiss. Tawana had met a guy that semester as well. He was a light-skinned guy who was in a fraternity. I forgot which one, but he was a pretty good stepper. I met him a few times and he seemed to genuinely like my friend, so he was good with me. He was a junior and 21 years of age. Between her chilling with him and me chilling with Chris, we didn't hang out as much, so over the Christmas break, we got to kick it more regularly, which was good for us. While we were kicking it, we seemed only to be able to talk about these two guys. Once the second semester started back up, I knew exactly where to find Chris. In the cafeteria, eating ice cream and cereal, which were his two favorite things to eat for lunch or dinner. We greeted each other with a nice long hug. Chris and I would get a lot closer during that second semester of our freshman year. I definitely wanted to explore those lips again that I'd spent all Christmas break thinking about. After talking to Chris, I knew he felt the same way. He had a girlfriend back home, so he was battling those feelings. That was a big reason we didn't talk over the break. He just needed space to be with his girl and his feelings. Back at school, he told me that he and his girl decided to see other people, mainly because she couldn't deal with a long-distance relationship. I tried to be a good friend to him by telling him that it was her loss, when secretly I was happy about it. I didn't want a boyfriend at that time in my life, but I didn't want to be the other woman either. From that point on, we would always kiss each other after our study sessions. How I loved his lips. They were not too small, but not huge water coolers either. They definitely made me feel some kind of way inside. Sometimes we would just peck each other on the lips, and at other times we would go at it very hard. I loved when we went hard. We never had sex though. I also never felt as if we were teasing each other. We just loved kissing each other. We continued this type of relationship throughout our time in college together, no matter what other relationships we were in. I had a boyfriend at one point, but Chris and I were still very centrally involved. Was it cheating? Yeah, maybe. But we were just so connected that it just seemed natural. I believe everyone in college should have someone they can be sensually involved with. Someone that you can kiss and hug in ways that make you feel good about yourself. Someone who strokes emotions in you that compel you to be a better you. Without having sex, we all could use someone that could touch us in ways that bring out the best in us. Sex muddies the waters, but sensuality clears everything up. Tawana and her light-skinned friend lasted 6 months because she based everything around sex. Oh, it's good. Oh, it's not good. Chris and I are still friends to this day because we didn't. Chris made me a better me by allowing me to be me, which is a very sensual being. I'd like to think that I did the same thing for him.
Gamma Delta Rho. You are never truly whole until you are made a part of something bigger than yourself. Going into my sophomore year of college, I began thinking about having a deeper, more meaningful college experience. How could I accomplish this? College offered many different and rich advantages. There was student government, which I had done in high school but felt that doing it in college would take up too much time and be way too boring. There were sports, and although I didn't play basketball anymore, I could try out for one of the other teams, track or maybe volleyball. I was still a good athlete, but I hadn't worked on my athlete game since leaving basketball behind. I was just too out of shape, so that thought left my mind very quickly. I had always thought about becoming a famous actress, so the theater group at the school intrigued me.
I was so intrigued, in fact, that I auditioned for one of the plays that the theater department was putting on. I didn't get the lead role or anything, but I did get a part. I had to learn about 2 paragraphs worth of dialogue for the play. And from what I can remember about that experience is that I never thought I would be able to memorize those 2 little paragraphs. We had about 10 shows over the course of the first semester, and eventually I memorized my lines. Not sure if my acting was good, but at least I got the right words out. It was a very stressful time, and I decided acting was not for me. At our very last show, the director wanted to do something big, so he had a fraternity open up the show with all of their different steps, hops, and gyrations. It was really good, and the audience was into it. I hadn't really been out, so this was my first true introduction to fraternities. I had met some of the frat guys, but had not really seen them in action as a collective group. After the show, they had girls doing the same thing the boys were doing. The crowd went crazy as the girls stepped, hopped, and strutted their stuff all over that stage, while the hottest tunes of the day blasted out of the speakers. The girls were called a sorority, and they were the sisters to the fraternity that had performed earlier. When I saw the crowd go wild, I said, that's it. That's what I want to do to enrich my college experience. What I didn't know at the time of the play were the costs involved with joining a sorority, monetarily and otherwise. But I was about to find out. There was a meeting the first week we returned back to school from our Christmas break. About 30 interested girls showed up for the meeting. About 10 girls in sorority were there, handing out questionnaires, answering questions, and giving out hors d'oeuvres. The girl leading the meeting was dressed to the nines, as all of the sorority members were. I had seen her around campus, but did not know she was a member of a sorority because she never wore any Greek letters. Later in the meeting, I would find out why. She spoke with great authority and passion about her sorority. She spoke about how it would benefit our future because they had alumni in high places. She spoke of the sisterhood it would create for us, as well as the money it would cost, the grade point average requirements, and the time commitment. She said if we could not give 3 hours a week for community service, then we should leave right then. No one left. She made sure to tell us that there would be short-term loans available to those who needed them, as well as scholarships to those who met the criteria. At the end of the meeting, we were told that if we were interested in being a part of history, to stay for more instructions. She said that all others were free to leave. After everyone had left, there were 24 girls who stayed behind to be a part of history, including me. As it turns out, the history we would be making was very real. The line we would be forming was the first line in 10 years for this sorority. They were suspended from our campus after a hazing incident gone bad, which was why no one in the sorority could wear any Greek letters until the suspension was lifted, which was the semester in which I pledged. One pledge had received a concussion along with a broken collarbone, while another pledge received multiple broken ribs and a collapsed lung. No one died, so they were not suspended indefinitely, but 10 years with no presence on campus is as close to a death sentence as a Greek organization can get. There was also a criminal trial, from what I hear. The dean of pledges that year was expelled from the school,
and received 5 years probation for her role in the incident. The sorority leaders wanted this new line to be the biggest in the history of not only the sorority, but also the school. They wanted to prove they have staying power and they can come back even stronger than they were before they were suspended. They were looking to make history. They wanted this new line to be called Rebirth, symbolic of being born again on our campus. I went to get information on this specific sorority called Delta Rho. I had met a few girls from this specific sorority who seemed to fit my personality. They were real chill, and one of them was cracking me up with jokes. They asked me if I enjoyed parties, and I said yes. They asked me if I was into boys, and I said yes. I thought that was a weird question, but with so many women into other women on campus, I guess they had to ask. I was asked if I enjoyed helping others. Again, I said yes. They said, then this is definitely the sorority for you. I felt joining this sorority was what I needed at that time, though it didn't feel like a lifetime commitment when it should have. I would soon find out why. I wanted Tawana to pledge with me. Since she was my sister in spirit, I wanted her to be one of my line sisters as well. She thought about it for about a week, but in the end, she turned me down because she had a run-in with one of the girls already in the sorority. It seems as though the light-skinned frat guy that Tawana had a relationship with our freshman year was a wanted man. Tawana and the girl that would go on to be my dean of pledges had exchanged verbal jabs regarding this guy. Tawana thought that this girl might try to go over the top with her and would have to get put in her place. Tawana felt this might affect the entire line negatively, and she didn't think that would be fair to us. I understood completely, but was still sad about it. I already had us crossing over, strutting our stuff in our brand new jackets with our sparkling green Greek letters on them. I had to get over it, and quickly, because the line would start in less than a week. The next week came in a hurry. I was dreading it because I had heard horror stories about how pledges were treated. Plus, the Gamma Delta Rhos had already been kicked off campus for pledgings gone wrong, and I didn't want to add to that negative history. The night before our opening ceremonies, I spoke with Tawana about my worries, not only with pledging in general, but pledging this sorority, and she gave it to me straight as only she could. Tawana told me that it's natural to be nervous because this would be a huge step in my life. She said that because I am much older than the other girls I will be pledging with, they will probably look to me for strength when things are getting hard. She said whether I want to or not, I will be a mother figure for these girls, and I should bow out now if I am not up for the challenge. Tawana always had a way with words in order to get me to step up to the plate in certain situations, up for the challenge. I assured her I was. Tawana also told me she had researched sororities, and overall she thought I would benefit as a person from this experience. She said the actual pledging part of it was a very small part of the entire process and experience. That made me feel a lot better about my decision. She ended with a very playful, "Now don't go getting a concussion on me." We started out with a line of 24 girls, but by the end of week 3, only 21 of us remained. This sorority had us doing an assortment of things that were taxing both mentally and physically.
The three girls who dropped line did so for very different reasons. The first person to drop line was a girl named Lisa. She was a very strong-willed, say anything that comes through her head type of sister. We used to get yelled at a lot while online and cursed out even more. Well, for some reason, this was unexpected to Lisa. She would try to answer questions about our sorority's history, and when she was wrong, we all would get yelled at. Or worse, the board would come out. Our DP, or Dean of Pledges, named the board Napoleon Bonaparte because it was small but packed a big punch. Anytime the board would come out, you could look down our line and just see girls cringing. Lisa, however, talked back too much and refused to get hit with Napoleon Bonaparte. Now, Napoleon Bonaparte was a rite of passage we all had to go through to become a Gamma Delta Rho. It was an unwritten rule that by being there, we all acknowledged. Lisa was having none of that. She got into a physical altercation with our Dean of Pledges over being hit with Napoleon Bonaparte. I helped to break up the altercation, and it became a lot to do about nothing. Just yelling, name-calling, and some missed punches thrown. I do believe if the GDRs were not still on probation, that they would have stomped a mud hole into Lisa's butt. They told me as much after I crossed over. Needless to say, Lisa was gone after that. It was never clear whether she quit or was kicked offline, and she graduated before I received clarification. I did see her about a year later, however, at a GDR party. She told me she had too much attitude while here and would have never successfully completed a line. So she just went paper, which was the application process and paying the money. Going paper was the worst type of sister you could be back in the day because it implied you were soft or not as committed. I have since found those implications to be unfounded because since crossing over, I have met lots of paper sisters who were just as tough and committed, or even more so, than us who actually crossed over on a line. The second girl to drop line was named Betty Ann. Betty Ann was a brainiac and sweet as apple pie. She felt her course load was too tough and she just couldn't pledge right then with a schedule that hard. She was a psychology major with tons of labs to do. From my perspective, all the pledging was done at night, so I really didn't get why she quit. It hit me later how tough a load it must have been when she told me she was taking 17 hours, which was 5 classes and 2 labs, had a part-time job working 30 hours a week, plus all of the pledging activities. I asked her why she even tried pledging that semester with the schedule so jam-packed. She regretted quitting on us, but none of us held it against her. She was a lovely girl with a great spirit we thought was genuine. She was sincerely apologetic. She was allowed to pledge the next semester, and with a much lighter course load, she was able to do so. I was her Dean of Pledges, and she was one of the toughest girls on her line. The last girl to drop from our line was a girl by the name of Danielle. She dropped line because her financial aid fell through. Danielle was an average-looking girl with an average GPA who was the first person in her family to go to college. Her family was very poor. They were so poor, in fact, that she didn't think that she would be able to attend college at all until someone informed her she could get financial aid. So, while she was accepted into academic university, her financial aid had not come in yet. She was pledging on a wing and a prayer, telling the big sisters her money was coming any day now. Well, once she received her financial aid, she quickly realized it was only enough to pay for tuition, room and board, and food. There would be nothing left for Gamma Delta Rho. The girls of GDR tried giving her a scholarship to help her through, but she didn't meet two of the requirements, one of which was GPA. Nice girl, but it just wasn't in the cards at that time. She never did become a member of GDR. She did end up graduating with a degree in accounting. Her whole family was there, and they were so proud. We had been pledging for 6 long weeks, and there didn't seem to be an end in sight. We were made to do some of the most despicable things anyone would have to go through. I can remember what was described to us as a team-building exercise, but seemed more like something to laugh at and make fun of us over. We were told we would have to transport raw egg yolk from mouth to mouth all the way down our line. We had 21 mouths, mind you. We could not let any spill out, or we would all get a lick from Napoleon Bonaparte for each spill that occurred. Once the yolk reached the last person, she was to pass it off back to the first person. Then that person was to spit it into a jar. I was the first person in our line. The ace is what I was called. The ace of any line is the leader, or the person supposed to hold the line together and have good leadership skills. However, the ace is the worst possible position to be in for this exercise because the yolk went through all 21 mouths before returning to me. We had exercises involving cat food and dirt, but this was clearly the most disgusting thing we had to do, and more than one girl gave up the biscuits after we were done. I can remember doing that exercise a few times, and girls giving up the biscuits each time. However, every time my line sisters and I get together, someone always brings it up, and we have always laughed and joked about the raw egg exercise. We couldn't see it then, but it really did bring us closer together. We were awakened from our sleep at 12:30 in the morning. They blindfolded all of us, threw us into a few vans, and drove us around for what seemed like hours. I could hear talking, but nothing that would give me a clue about where we were going, so I fell back to sleep. Upon being jarred awake by the sudden stopping of the van, I noticed we were in the middle of the woods. Only one van full of girls was with me. Each van full of girls had been dropped off at a different location in the woods. It was our job to find a way out of the woods, but not alone, and not with just our van mates, but with all 21 girls. We were in those woods for hours, but we all seemed to have the same idea, which made me believe we were going to be great line sisters, which was to follow the light. There was this faint light that seemed very far off, but in actuality was very close. After walking around for over an hour looking for the other girls, a couple of us decided we were spinning our wheels. We all talked it out and agreed we needed to push forward to find a way out of there and have faith that the other 14 girls would do the same. We then talked about following the moon, the North Star, the noise, and a host of other things that may or may not have made sense. Being the ace of our line, I made the decision to follow the faint light in the distance. My reasoning was that there was no way in hell the women of GDR left us in a forest all alone miles from the school, or life for that matter. I figured that those faint lights in the distance must lead to a neighborhood, a street, or something. Most of the girls thought we should follow the moon, which was going in the opposite direction. But I was strong in my convictions, so they relented. After tracking that damn light for a couple of hours, we finally reached a hill. The light seemed to get brighter over the hill. Plus, we could hear voices. As we approached the top of the hill, the voices became clearer.
They were the voices of all our other line sisters. They had followed the light as well and arrived at the hill right before us. On the other side of the hill was our campus. We were right next to our campus the entire time, just going in circles. It really didn't matter if we had followed the lights or the moon. We would have been walking in circles. After wandering around the woods for hours, walking what seemed like miles, and thinking we would never find our way out, the joy of seeing our campus and all of the familiar people and places was indescribable. All 21 girls were accounted for, and our Dean of Pledges and the other big sisters were there to greet us as they ushered us into sisterhood. We crossed over that night and officially became Gamma Delta Rhos, but the experience we shared going through the process is what made us sisters for life. If I ever need anything in my life, I know I will be able to count on my GDR sisters to come through for me. I hope they know that I will always be there for them as well. Ever since that day on the hill when we crossed over, we have always been there for each other and will always continue to be. So while I respect all of my Gamma Delta Rho sisters who went paper, I can't imagine they have made the bonds with their sisters I have made with mine. It was hard, and at times we all wanted to quit. But that's how life is. Being online taught us how not to quit in life and how discipline and perseverance pays off. And I would do it all over again. G-Ro. Outed. Everyone has a story to tell. Towards the end of my time in college, I started to believe I had a real chance to be the most outstanding student at Academic U. Before then, I had never thought it possible, mainly because there was so much else to think about. The Most Outstanding Student Award is given to a senior who embodies everything we stand for at Academic U, which included a perfect GPA, as well as other qualities that make a person special. Those other qualities have never been clearly defined, so it has always seemed as if the person with the highest GPA has won the award. At Academic U, they believe in uplifting the student, so the Most Outstanding Student Award has always given the commencement address, which is very unique because most colleges have celebrities of some sort do that. I came here with the mindset that come hell or high water, I would get my degree. I started later than most, so my thinking was to just be a real college student. Well, in the process of becoming a real college student, I became a great one. My GPA was a 4.0, which was tied for the highest in my graduating class. All through college, I had never thought about GPA. I just tried to get all A's. That was the standard my parents set for me at an early age. So even when I went to college late, after all I had gone through, I never wavered from those expectations. After finding out I was in the running to be the most outstanding student, my first call was to my parents. They had pushed me so hard growing up and instilled in me some very important lessons that helped me through some tough times. After not graduating high school, and I know I hurt them deeply, I really wanted this for them. My dad was ecstatic, and my mom cried. I was tied with an Asian girl named Lulu. It really was a win-win for both of us. One of us would be the most outstanding student of this prestigious university, while the other would be the runner-up to the most outstanding student, which would look great on a resume coming from this highly competitive, nationally recognized academic institution. We were both very competitive, though, so both of us wanted that top spot.
Now, I thought I stayed in the books, but Lulu did nothing but study. She was a bookworm to the 100th degree. With circle lens glasses and her hair pulled back, she could have easily been mistaken for the librarian, and as much time as she spent in the library, I'm sure she was once or twice. While I was talking to boys, she was studying. While I was pledging, she was studying. She was the only person I ever knew whose discipline rivaled mine. Although I had many facets of my life to be disciplined in, she had only one, and ultimately, that's what did her in. I was summoned to the university president's office one day after she had read an article about me in the school newspaper, Academic Who? Academic You, where the news is all about you. It came out once a month with feature articles on students from Academic U in every issue. Well, I was the featured student in this month's article, and the university president had read all about me. I was approached by the school newspaper about doing the feature story probably midway through my last semester here at Academic U. They had received a tip about me having been in a psychiatric hospital at one point in time. They were just enamored that I could now be the most outstanding student of this prestigious university. They had no idea that I was once an All-American basketball player with scholarship offers to any college or university in the country. They had no idea that I was once on track to be the valedictorian of my high school. They had no idea about Wayward House, the restaurant that I founded that feeds the homeless, until I told them. The reporter was blown away. I showed him some of my press clippings just to confirm what I had told him. Otherwise, I'm not sure he would have believed me. So instead of a little interview in one of the back pages, it became the feature story. After that story came out, Lulu didn't stand a chance of being most outstanding student. There was supposed to be a tie-breaking process that was very democratic and fair in nature to determine the winner. But after reading the interview, the president of our prestigious university used her authority to veto that process and elect me most outstanding student. She told me this during our meeting. After the feature story came out, everyone on campus, including Lulu, wanted me to win it. They knew the most outstanding student would deliver the commencement address, and everyone wanted to hear me tell my story. To my fellow graduates, Part 2. Never forget those who help you get to where you are. Throughout the course of my life, through the ups and downs, good times and bad times, I've always thanked God. I learned at an early age that God will not put more on you than you can handle. And if you can just persevere through the trying times, you will come out a much stronger, wiser person on the other end. I have been through more than most people my age can even dream about, and God, I just want to say thank you. I am standing up here today because you saw me through my struggles. I would like to take this time to recognize some people who have helped me along my journey because I understand I could not have done it alone. My dad used to always tell me that it took a village to raise me, but I didn't get it then. I get it now. That village is why I'm standing up here today. To my parents, who believed in me, it seems, from before I was born. For a young girl growing up in a male-dominated world, their belief in me gave me the confidence to navigate through life with my head held high because I knew my parents had my back. I tried things most people would not, did things most people could not because I was unafraid of being judged. My parents taught me the meaning of unconditional love. It meant that I didn't have to live up to their expectations for them to love me. And because I knew that, it made me strive to meet their expectations even more. That's how love works. If you don't get it, it seems as if you don't need it. But once you feel loved, the kind of love that only a mother or father can give, you will continue reaching for excellence for fear of losing that love. I want to mention a person who was very close to me as we grew up. Layla Towns, you were a true friend to me, and in death, you taught me how to live. My girlfriend for life, Tawana, who was my true real-life hero, a veteran of the United States Marines and a member of this graduating class. I love you for who you are and what you've brought to my life. You taught me that being outspoken is okay. To the baby of all my girls, Courtney, thank you for being there for me every step of the way. I've always tried to say and do the right things, but I had never really known how to treat people until meeting you. And to be able to treat people right is what we should all strive for. To Taylor, perhaps the strongest person I have ever known. Her strength comes from the inside. I've witnessed her internal strength time and time again, but never more so than when she was sent to prison. Taylor, you've taught me that no matter how bad your situation gets, you can always turn it around. To my Gigi, you know how special you are to me because I've told you before in private. I love how you have blazed your own trail. You've taught me that laughing can be the greatest medicine. To Tyrus Thomas, my first boyfriend, you made a scared little girl feel special. I will never forget our times at that lake because of the way you treated me. You raised the bar for every guy who has followed you. I have your CD in my car right now, so you are always close to me. You taught me to never walk to the beat of someone else's drum. To Miss Dwyer, my counselor in the psychiatric hospital. Thank you for helping me to find the star and goat within me. I am much more whole having spent 6 months with you. To Chris Clack, a guy who has made my college experience about more than just books and GPAs. You have been here with me and for me ever since my freshman year, and I couldn't imagine this whole experience without you. To my sisters of Gamma Delta Rho, it's been a great honor to count myself as one of your sisters. The bonds we've created will never be broken. I have always considered myself as someone who is committed to service. So when I became a member of GDR, it was a match made in Greek heaven. I love the sisterhood you ladies have shown me, and just know that wherever I go, I will be repping GDR. G-Roo. Finally, I want to thank my church home. They have been so supportive of me in everything that I've done. It starts with the pastor, my dad, but it certainly doesn't end there. All those years that I spent in the choir, I was being raised by them, but I just didn't know it. You guys taught me the way in which to go, and I have not departed from it. A Friend for Life Ministries has been very instrumental in my growth as a Christian, my life of service, and my walk with God. The Wayward House taught me to dream big, no matter how scary those dreams might be. I am blessed by the Wayward House ministry and the volunteers who have kept it going for all these years. Graduates, remember this as you embark on the next phase of your lives today. It has taken a village to raise each of you. Respect that village. Love that village. Give back to that village. Be that village. Thank you.
Q&A with the author, Erik T. Jackson. Where did the idea of Destinee Fontaine come from? The idea of Destinee Fontaine actually came from me wanting to create a character who was something to everybody. I wanted her to be relatable to young people and older people alike. So I put her in situations that I thought mirrored the human experience. How and why did you start writing? What inspires you? I have always loved the English language, the way people talk, the way different words and phrases are put together. I listen very well, and it's not necessarily because what you are saying is interesting. I listen because I want to hear how you put your words together. I started out as a songwriter in the music industry. Writing novels sort of happened organically, just from me thinking all of the time. I decided to put my thoughts onto paper. If you were in Destinee Fontaine's life, who would you be? There are two characters I feel I would be if I were in the Destinee Fontaine book. Tyrus Thomas and Chris Clack. Tyrus, because I can remember being that guy who treated the virgin with respect. And Chris, because growing up, all my friends had sex on the brain. I never did. I enjoyed good conversation, kissing, and felt that girls and women responded more positively to sensuality more so than sexuality. I've always loved sex, but I just never needed it like other guys that I knew seemed to. Was it a conscious decision to not mention the name of the town in which Destinee lives? If so, why? Yes, I wanted the town in which Destinee lives to be everyone's town. If you live in a small town, you can relate. If you live in a big city, you can still relate. What characteristics did you have in mind when you came up with the Destinee Fontaine character? I wanted Destinee Fontaine to be an enigma. She is smart, pretty, and athletic. She is also naive, gullible, and lacking in common sense. I believe most people have good qualities and bad qualities. Again, I keep going back to this. I want people to see themselves when they look at her. How has your childhood influenced your writing? My childhood was very colorful. The people I came into contact with, the situations I have been through. I remember them all. I may not remember all of the names, but the faces and interactions I remember. I never really wanted to write about anything other than real life situations because I've been through some doozies and they make for a good story. What books changed your life and why? I must say, I have read a lot of books over the years. My favorite book of all time is To Kill a Mockingbird. However, biographies and autobiographies have always been my favorite type of genre to read. The autobiography of Malcolm X probably had the most profound effect on me. It made me think of things differently, not just black and white things or racial issues, but every part of my life. I would like to think I became a better man after reading that book. Very powerful indeed. In the book, Destinee is a very flawed individual. Do you think that you are flawed in some way? I believe we are all flawed in some way. That's what makes Destinee so relatable. As great as she is at times, she comes back down to earth almost always. I definitely believe I am flawed. As I grew up, I was always reminded of my flaws by peers and such, so I can never think that I have no flaws. We all have flaws, though. You can point out the one person you think has it all together or is the epitome of flawless, and they would find flaws in their own life. I think most people inherently believe they are flawed to a degree. I don't know if it's low self-esteem or just self-deprecation, but you won't find many people who believe themselves or their lives to be flawless.
The point of life, I believe, is to overcome your flaws. You've got gifts and you've got flaws. Which one will you accentuate? Some people find their gifts sooner than others. How do you get through a stormy day? By understanding that the storm will soon pass. Nothing lasts forever, including the good times. When you understand that, life seems to be a little easier, with fewer and fewer storms. It's not that you have fewer stormy days, it's that your definition of what a storm is has changed. What thought or message would you put into a fortune cookie? Don't expect this cookie to change your life. Only you can do that. Quotations from the author. As long as you are true to love, love will be true to you. An unwavering belief in God will get you through the toughest of times. I have asked God 1,000 times where people go when they die. Thankfully, He has not shown me yet. Sometimes wrong decisions are made with the best of intentions. You can either have your cake or eat your cake, but not both. In all walks of life, your next step must be greater than your last. Nothing remedies a lost soul like a good deed. What you say is received on deaf ears, but what you don't say speaks volumes. Life is a book. Read it. There are two types of karma, positive and negative. We should all aspire to release the former into the universe, for there is already in great abundance the latter. The true spirit of Jesus Christ is that of friendship. When you can't count on anyone else, you can count on Him. Associates are people who want to be around you because you make them look good. You are never too young to pray. You will be too old to pray before you are too young to pray. Sometimes God allows us to go through things so we can come out better on the other side. My life changed when I began looking at it from 2 points of view, the star and the goat. It forced me to take stock of who my true friends are. And you know what I found? I am not that popular, and I couldn't care less. 3 things that get my mad on: manipulative guys, disloyalty amongst friends, and bullies. Everyone has God-given gifts. You can either use them for good or evil, but they are there.